Hey, y'all. How's it going?
Hello, hello.
I believe we are live now.
Oh, we are. Oh my.
I think so. Happy Election Day, Election Night 2025. Everybody's super psyched. We got Emily in the Winsome Sears party, after party, election results.
You mean victory
party?
Victory party, Krystal.
Victory party.
Are the vibes, is it giving victory over there, Emily?
It's giving nursing home. We have been stuck on a loop of 70s hits for the last couple of hours, and Decision Desk HQ has already called the race for Abigail Spanberger, and it's 7:39 p.m. So I think it was obviously expected here, but vibes are low.
That one is expected. So just to go through for people what our plan is for the night. So we've got Emily on the ground in Virginia at the Winsome Sears event. We've got Ryan and Griffin up in New York. They're going to be popping in shortly from a Zohran Mamdani party. And then obviously all of us here, we've got some guests coming in. Weigel's going to join us. We may get a few other, Ryan and Griffin will be pulling in people through the night at that New York event as well. And in terms of the races that we're going to be covering, we've got the Virginia poll is already closed, 7 p.m. So we'll be taking a look at all the statewide races. Also, maybe the most indicative thing will actually be the House of Delegates races and how many flips Democrats are able to secure there. So we'll have our eye on that. New Jersey, obviously the statewide races will be paying close attention to. Zohran, what's the margin of victory there, assuming that he is victorious and there's not some totally crazy out of nowhere Cuomo or Sliwa upset. There's also some other races around the country that are really interesting too. Saga is very locked in on a particular ballot measure in Texas. You want to explain that for all of us? Saga?
Yes.
That's basically the only reason he's here, if we're all being
No. Of course, I'm here. If I had a few things move around, I was able to join. I can't not be here for Election Day. It's always exciting just to see people turn out and to actually see some of the narratives get busted, and then we get to at least talk about something interesting, for the next year or so ahead of the midterms. I am locked in on Proposition 11. In Texas, which I gave everybody a preview of, the increasing the property tax exemption for the elderly and the disabled. I do believe it is a slow road to gerontocracy, and it is actually one of the more consequential votes for tonight. So I'm locked in. I will give everybody an update when the polls do close. I think it's 9 p.m. Eastern. So as soon as we get our results.
Can you explain a little bit more about why you're totally zeroed in on this?
For those who didn't watch our show today, it is an effort by boomers to reduce their property tax and school taxes because they don't believe in living in a society anymore. And they believe that all young people should share the burden for them, even though we share the burden for them. So, it's basically just, the most selfish generation in American history. And I do think it is, I genuinely actually do think it is a tidal wave of something that will be coming to a red state near you, and people should be paying attention to it.
I was going to just ask, actually, what's the partisan, as you see it, what's the partisan breakdown?
There is none. Nobody's lobbying against it because nobody wants to be against nobody wants to be for more property taxes because people hate property taxes, but it's already a zero income state. Anyway, I don't want to waste too much time. I know it's more of a pet issue.
Yes, you do.
So in addition to that, there's also in Maine, there's actually really interesting couple of ballot initiatives there that Graham Plattner's campaign has been organizing around. They said they've had their volunteers make 4,000 calls on these issues. One in particular that has been spearheaded, pushed by Leonard Leo, who Emily could tell us more about, but major influential conservative donor. In any case, he has been pushing this measure to more limit voting, absentee voting in particular. I think things like election day registration, et cetera. So Graham has been organizing against that ballot measure. So it'll be an interesting test of the strength of his organizing in his campaign there. We have it in addition to the New York City mayoral race, we have some other interesting mayoral races across the country. There's a Minneapolis mayoral race where you've got a lefty candidate, Omar Fatah, who has gotten a lot of national attention, challenging the incumbent, Jacob Fry. I think right now people are thinking that the incumbent is going to be able to prevail in that race, but we'll see. Hard to know exactly what's going to happen and what the turnout will ultimately be. There's also a race in Seattle. Similar dynamics. You've got an incumbent mayor and you've got a lefty, this one, a woman, Katie, I'm forgetting her last name because I just was learning about this
Katie
today.
Wilson.
Katie Wilson,
Yeah, Katie Wilson.
versus Bruce Harrell in Seattle. And so she's the lefty outsider challenging him. She's got the backing of some progressive advocacy groups, some labor unions. That one, at least according to Polymarket, she is favored in. She won. They have like a jungle primary. She won in the primary. So then it's the top two candidates, the general election. So people feel like she has an edge. But, again, we'll see what happens there. And then, of course, there's the California ballot proposition. This one I don't think is in doubt at all, but nonetheless, a very significant story. Trump has decided they're going to do these mid-century redistricting efforts to try to secure more seats for Republicans. And Gavin Newsom was the first Democrat to come in and say, we can play that game too. So in retaliation, we are going to redraw California districts. However, the catch was that currently California's districts are drawn by a nonpartisan commission. So they had to put the question to voters. Do you want to change that and allow us to draw partisan maps in retaliation? One thing that is already, noteworthy, like I said, I don't think it's in doubt the outcome. They're going to vote to allow the partisan redistricting to occur. It's going to be a large margin. But one thing that's been really noteworthy is the turnout there has actually been extraordinary. And the only thing that they're voting on is this one ballot measure. So, a true test of like how energized Democrats and some independents, I'm sure as well, but how energized people are to vote against Trump and be able to, have to understand the sort of Byzantine process and then feel a certain way about it and then go out to vote for this one specific thing is a kind of an incredible, statement on how energized they are around their, dislike of what's going on with this president.
The story of the night, the story of the night is going to be all about kind of Democratic resistance and then kind of understanding different margins. So, for example, in the Virginia gubernatorial race, like we're not really just looking for the victor at this point. It's not really in question whether it's going to be Spander or we're looking at, as we talked with Logan earlier this morning, whether they're going to be able to break that coveted kind of 10%. They want to match and or outperform the victory of 2017, which was a definitive statement against Donald Trump. I do believe in the state of New Jersey, they are looking to at least outperform 2024, where Donald Trump did lose the state by about 5 points. Remember, everybody, though, he did lose the state by 15 points in the year 2020. So even 6 does show that there has been some electoral movement. Chitterelli's been a decent candidate. But Krystal's exactly right about California. In a lot of ways, Krystal, I didn't realize California, that was the only thing on the ballot. That makes it probably the easiest vote in the world, right? Just come out to vote and say, no, we're not going to let Republicans try to prevail in the midterm. So right now, looking at Polymarket, the chances of a Democratic sweep are some 91% right now, just to show everybody like where the odds kind of look at. So that's, it's not about the result right now, the absolute result. We're really looking at margins. And so for Zohran Mamdani, that's one of the things that we're really all going to be keeping an eye on. The turnout there has been extraordinary. If we want to dig into any of that a little bit, it looks like it's on pace right now to hit 2024 general election, which is insane, right? In New York City for a mayoral election. I will say, in terms of turnout, one of the things that we'll all be looking for is some of the demographic breakdowns later on in the day, that whether Zohran was able to transform the electorate, which currently does look like he was, in terms of overperformance in some of the earlier vote, 18 to 29-year-olds. I know, though, that there was significant activation in some of the older people, potentially more Cuomo-friendly. I'm not saying Cuomo's going to win. I don't expect him to win tonight, as you said, barring some absolute catastrophic polling miss. But at the very least, like, we might be able to see what his performance combined with Silwa would look like if Zohran is not able to crack 50. So I do think that will be the big story. There's a huge difference between some 44, 45% and reaching like a 51, a 52. And currently, I think they're even looking at what I saw one projection of maybe even 55%, which would be insane. I mean, that is an mandate. That's mandate territory. In a three-way election.
The ability to transform the electorate is, that's an astonishing feat. I think we have Dave Weigel standing by, Mac, if you could bring him in. Hey, Dave. Dave, of course, with Semaphore. Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you, man.
Of course. Mac, you want to throw up on the screen, my screen here? I don't think I have the capability to do it. That just has the Virginia governor results. And you can see what we've got in so far, 25% of votes in, Spanberger at 56%, Winsome Sears at roughly 44%. At least Decision Desk HQ has already called this race. Spanberger will be the next governor. Not that that's any kind of a surprise. What are you looking for, though, specifically in Virginia, since that's where polls have closed and we're getting numbers in? What are you seeing so far? What's interesting to you? What are you kind of watching?
Oh, I think like everyone else, I have moved on from the race for governor and am watching the Jones-Miyares race. This showed up in prediction markets, but if you talk to Democrats and Republicans in the last week, you heard a lot more whispering that Jones could pull it off. And if he does, lots of reasons why. I think one will be the story Audrey Fallberg's National Review story broke during early voting, but with enough time for voters later on to decide that it wasn't that
to get
bad.
over it. Yeah.
Well, people get over everything with time. That's the time
Yeah.
heals all wounds or threats of wounds or whatever. And also, one of the theme of this year has been Democratic cynicism, in the sense that they force themselves to play nice and Republicans don't, and that's a little self-serving. But if Jones wins, I'm thinking of the many times I've seen bumper stickers that under Biden that said, "I'd take a mean tweet and $2 gas right now." And these were not tweets; these were texts. They were more than mean; they were murderous. But I see in these numbers a lot of Democrats saying, "Yeah, it seems right to me. I can put up with this what this guy said in order to vote."
I think you're exactly right, Dave.
Yeah,
it does. Just in my limited experience here in the Northern Virginia suburbs, I can report only one sign where somebody duct taped Jones's name off of the Spanberger Hashimi Jones sign. Everybody else is keeping them. Some even have explicit ones just about Jones actually there. And I do think, though, that what you're getting at is today is local and state elections. But by and large, the national factor here just cannot be overstated, to which a lot of the Democrats are turning out with an explicit vote against the Trump administration. Is that how you kind of see things, not just in Virginia, but broadly in all these races that we're looking at tonight?
Well, because Georgia too, Democrats were very optimistic about Georgia. They're turning out about the Trump administration, but and this is the most obvious point in the world, but bears repeating. This is going to be smaller than the 2024 electorate. Republicans are in a multi-year experiment to see if you can turn out MAGA without Trump, and they have struggled to do that in many ways. Now they're struggling to do it when Trump is not as popular as he was in November. It's also anecdotal. I mean, anecdotes are real. You talk to people, you see things. But it sounds whiny when Democrats say, "Hey, he said he'd focus on costs, and costs are up." Well, that's true. There were a lot of voters, and we talked to them, and a reporter who said, "I took a chance on Trump because prices were lower and he was president." What then gets them to the polls for a person who's not Donald Trump, who's not explaining how they're going to lower prices, if that's their issue? Because Glenn Youngkin actually did a very good job of that in 2021. He had, I remember talking to Democrats who were furious at their party for not getting rid of a grocery tax, sales tax on groceries, leaving that issue for Youngkin, who ran on it. And Bacalov was a very unimaginative campaigner and didn't know what to do. And this year, Spanberger didn't really explain what she would do. She just said, "I'm against the president's tariffs and layoffs." And Winsome Sears' answers were, "Let's keep the Youngkin machine going," and the gender issue, which I don't know if you discussed this already. In the exit poll, she has Winsome Sears, most people agree with her on that quote-unquote transgender rights have gone too far. But a quarter of people who agree with that sentiment voted for Spanberger because they, again, said, "Well, it's
just a different time."
That's probably heavily weighted with Black and Hispanic voters. But that just, I don't love that. But I voted for Trump, and he's taking care of that, and he's not taking care of prices.
Yeah, and maybe that's not my top priority.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Dave, I'm here in Leesburg at the Winsome Sears victory party that is obviously no longer a victory party. Really never was expected to be a victory party. The vibes have been low here all night. But if Mac can put my screen up right now, I want to just talk about this Jay Jones for a moment. This is Real Clear's aggregation of the polling data in this race, basically over the course of the fall. When Audrey Fallberg's National Review story with those Jones texts came out, it was October 3rd. So you can see Miyares takes a lead pretty healthily. But here on election day, basically tied. And another thing I wanted to highlight just from all of this is Sears never got a Trump endorsement. And if you look at this post that Trump put up, Virginia and New Jersey, remember this, a vote for a Republican means substantially lower energy prices. A vote for a Democrat, especially these two losers who are running, means a doubling, tripling, and even quadrupling of your energy costs. It will not be sustainable, and you will rue the day that you voted to destroy your life. Failing to vote tomorrow is the same as voting for a Democrat. Find your voting location, blah, blah, blah. So, Dave, I was thinking maybe you could speak a little bit more to this question of how to capture the MAGA coalition when Trump isn't on the ballot, because Glenn Youngkin was the great white hope of Republicans. And then they saw in Winsome Sears someone who was like a minority, a veteran, a woman, well-spoken, and it just never came together for them. Trump's instincts here seem to be because the kitchen table issues were off the table, so to speak. That was a horrible pun.
No, it's
We'll allow it.
well, she had a troubled campaign, and Republicans were saying months ago, before the texts were known, or even gossiped about, that they were going to put all their investments in Mayoras and try to have enough split tickets to win because they didn't think she was a strong campaigner. She had a record. Democrats did a very good job exploiting her record just as a social conservative who I think could have won in Virginia 20 years ago and can't now. And there was a moment in the debate which went the way that the Errol Sears team wanted. If you're talking to them around the debate, they wanted to use that debate to show that Spanberger was not fast on her feet, did not know how to respond to either the Jones question or the gender questions. And I'm wrapping a lot into the gender questions. But Democrats thought they won that because Spanberger had made an issue out of Earl Sears being against gay marriage. She never changed her position on that. It's now very popular in Virginia, as it is most blue states. And there was a very bizarre exchange where Spanberger starts reciting from her ads. My opponent said that it was against gay marriage. My opponent said it was okay to fire somebody for sexual preference. And Earl Sears says, that's not discrimination. It literally is discrimination. That is talk to anyone. Firing somebody because their sexual preferences, identity is discrimination. So she never did anything to say, beyond campaigning with Glenn Youngkin, I'm a Glenn Youngkin candidate. And also, Youngkin ended his tenure pretty popular for the reason, not getting into all the reasons. He became a governor who couldn't pass his priorities in the legislature, and that ends up being popular. But the economy was worse. The economy was worse today in Virginia than it was a year ago for all the reasons we know about, for Doge and other reasons. Running as the continuation of Glenn Youngkin, but more right-wing, terrible.
It's just not going to work.
Brand. She could not carry that.
She wasn't a great candidate, right? There's no doubt about that. But I think it would have been next to impossible for a Republican to win in Virginia this year, simply because of the federal government cuts, how hard that has hit the state, how hard that has hit the economy. If you're associated with Trump and the Republicans at all, and she never did anything really to distance herself from the Doge cuts and sort of like low-key supported them, it's going to be a disaster. I mean, Virginia is a state that's in a recession right now. So, if you are the party power at the federal level and you're the party in the power at the state level, Sagar and I have been saying for a while before even the candidates had been chosen for either party, this is going to be very difficult for Republicans. It's going to be impossible for Republicans. And it is worth saying that in terms of reading into, by the way, NBC has now also called it for Spanberger. It is worth saying that in terms of reading things into this race for the national mood, it's important to keep in mind that caveat that the federal government, the shutdown right now, all of the layoffs that have occurred through Doge, that has hit Virginia particularly hard. And so there is a unique dynamic here that is different from, other things that are happening nationally. I wanted to put up, if Matt, can you put up my screen here with the exit polls just to get a little bit of, what we've got here. This is the NBC News exit polls. So they've got, how do you feel about the way Donald Trump is handling his job as president in New Jersey? You've got only 43% approve. These are exit polls. So these are voters who went and voted today. This is a sample of them. 55% disapprove, 43% approve. In Virginia, similar numbers, 56% disapprove, 41% approve. Obviously in New York City, they overwhelmingly hate him. California, similar deal. How do voters see the Democratic and Republican parties? They say, both pretty negative, very grim national outlook. In New Jersey, you've only got 33% who say that they're satisfied or enthusiastic about the way things are going in the country today. The other 65% say they're angry and dissatisfied. Those are very similar numbers for Virginia. So, Dave, what is your sense of like how heavily Trump weighs on all of these races and, how much the impact of his approval rating in these various states and how voters feel like his policies are impacting their lives directly? How much does that impact what we're going to see tonight in terms of the results?
Quite a lot more than the last big. What was the last big election where Trump was sort of an issue? It was Wisconsin Supreme Court race in April, and Doge was still in existence, and Elon was still in the administration.
God,
But
that
there was
feels
a
like
lot
a
more.
long time ago.
Yeah, there was. It
It's
was,
like
but
so long ago.
there was a lot more optimism about the economy, and that has faded. That in these are so the Democrats get to have elections in states tonight that depend less on manufacturing than data that benefit from imports, etc. Bad place to test Besantnomics, I guess. However, you're starting to see the separation from the White House is able to control news cycles very easily. It's able to change the subject to what it wants to talk about very easily. And Democrats were always, I was watching them campaign. It's like Democrats were an hour hand and Republicans were a second hand. Republicans were switching from issue, not switching panic, but jumping on every issue. Democrats, in a very rote way, would try to bring everything back to, well, costs are too high. And the president's responsible, and my opponent will just say does whatever the president wants. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, she got some coverage at the end about why is she not pulling away with this race? Is she's too obsessed with Trump? It was smart for her to be obsessed with Trump because it made her well positioned when Trump threatened the Gateway Tunnel funding to say, well,
Yep.
I'll fight that, and my opponent will not do that.
Yeah.
And so this is early. I mean, the Jay Jones thing I think is already going to color. Mamdani
By the way, I
result
think
will come in and say, but the Jay Jones is going to color things and emphasize how much voters are saying I'm willing to put up with stuff I don't like because Trump is president and things are
Yeah.
getting worse. These polls are correct. He has a much worse rating in the economy because we think the economy sucks.
Some outlets are calling the lieutenant governor race for the Democrats in Virginia as
Yep.
well at this point.
And
Just
the
wanna add
AP
And-
called it, Krystal. The AP just called it for Abigail Spanberger. So they just
I was going to
they went
add,
ahead and did that.
Well, I was talking about the
Hearing
lieutenant
from-
governor race
okay.
now. Some
Got it.
outlets are also calling that one.
Got it.
and I was actually going to add the one race that Republicans are most hopeful about is the Jay Jones race, and sources that I'm talking to right now are not feeling good even about that one. So that, I think, Dave, you're right, is going to be a big takeaway. I was also wondering, Dave, if you could speak a little bit to the similarities between Spanberger and Sherrill, because I think we can learn a bit about what establishment Democrats wanted to see in some of those blue states out of these candidates in high risk elections. They obviously wanted to take these governor's mansions back. They have pretty similar backgrounds.
Yeah, they do. I was I think on Twitter, where I'm sarcastic sometimes, making fun of how there was one profile written again and again of both Sherrill and Spanberger about how these two women who won together in 2018, one's running for governor of Virginia, but she's from New Jersey, and then vice versa. One was a CIA operative, and one was a veteran. They were the same story, and I talked to Democrats who work with veterans they were tired of hearing that story, but it was they had not immense political talent. Reporters who kind of went to cover them to see if they could be president one day usually came away thinking, well, maybe not. But Spanberger had defined herself pretty early on as not AOC. There was an effort, if you remember, in 2018 by a lot of less liberal Democrats to say, hey, it's kind of annoying how the media covers the squad like they're the only Democrats. I disagree with them on this and that and this. And she really upped that after the 2020 election, immediately saying the defund the police people cost us seats.
Yeah.
Biden was running in 2021. Nobody elected Joe Biden to be FDR. Did she vote against her party very much? Not really, but she said, I'm not like them. Sherrill was different. Sherrill just won her seat, held it pretty easily, especially when it was redrawn. Not a super dynamic campaigner, but said, I am the moderate Democrat obsessed with the Gateway Tunnel. And again, that ended up being a great issue for her at the end of the race. But both of them, that you have to define. This is a thing a lot of Democrats who want the party to win and move to the center. Not that that's the same thing, but you know what I mean. Are saying is you can't just say, and I'm a centrist. You need to memorably say, I'm not like those people. You have to be like Trump when he said, pro-lifers want me to ban IVF. I'm going to make it free. That's really memorable. People heard that and said, I guess he's different than other Republicans. And we talk about anecdote. I met voters who voted for Trump because of that. And not just the promise, but I guess he's not run by those right-wing people I don't like. And Spanberger did that better than Cheryl. Cheryl didn't do as much of that. Cheryl just never identified herself with the left of the party. And the fact that she voted for every Democratic bill, like we mentioned gender, they both voted against the Protect Women's Sports Act and the I'm forgetting the title of the bill that was basically the Florida legislation on parents, but I think Parental Bill of Rights. They both voted the quote-unquote wrong way, according to polls, but just Republicans didn't stick that, and they were very close to Trump, especially Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. We're going to see what the result is.
Yeah.
Changing from a 2021 more independent brand to 2025, I support Trump.
Trumpier.
I give him an A rating. That might have been a mistake.
It might have been
two big announcements. Two big announcements. Number one, New Jersey polls, I believe, have closed, so we should be getting some results there soon. And number two, Ryan Grimm has joined the stream from Zohran event. Ryan, welcome. Oh, but we don't hear him.
You're muted,
we can
Ryan.
only see him.
You're muted.
No audio yet, Ryan.
Ryan situation.
Well, even when Ryan is unmuted,
Griffin,
we don't have his audio.
Griffin.
So Griff, figure out
we can't hear you
Ryan
guys.
got a haircut.
Sorry. Yes.
Ryan got a haircut, so that's
you guys are still mute currently. While you guys figure it out,
they also wore their suits so the auditor wouldn't bully them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a professional event. Yeah, exactly. They need to copy the candidate. So, Dave, switching to New Jersey because the polls just closed there, and we do have our eyes there. Krystal, you had those results just to maybe tie a bow on Virginia. The only race was what was it? Virginia Attorney General election winner, and Polymarket has it at some 97% right now for Jay Jones.
97% for Jay Jones. So I think that's
so it looks like a full-on sweep there, and the last hope of the GOP in Virginia.
Well, and now the question is, what are the margins and what happens in the House of Delegates? So I was reading Dave Wasserman's analysis, of the number of seats. There's a number of seats that were won by Kamala Harris. Those are easy flips, and then there's a next tranche of seats that Trump had won by 0 to 5 points. Okay, are Democrats able to pick those up? That would indicate, okay, they're in decent shape for the midterms. And then there's another stretch set of seats that Trump won by, let's say, 5 to 8 points. And then that would be if they're able to win those sorts of seats, then that's looking really good for Democrats for the midterm election. So that will be the next thing to watch in Virginia, which in some ways will be the most sort of instructive of what the national sentiment is, at least as expressed through the Virginia electorate. Again, recognizing that Virginia is a little bit unique just because of how large the federal government looms here.
One thing, Dave, maybe to get your reaction, I saw you tweeting about this as well, is Loudoun County, where, Jonathan Martin weighing in saying Ralph Northam's record for just under 9 points looks like it may get smashed tonight. Spanberger is up 29 in Loudoun County, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was Trumpier than we thought back in 2024. And it was one of the views where we're like, oh man, Kamala's in big trouble here if she's not leading significantly in Loudoun. Jonathan Martin saying it puts her on track for a double-digit statewide win. Obviously, we don't have that yet, but that would be significant. And just curious for your thoughts on, not a bellwether per se, but definitely something that we looked at previously in Virginia.
Well, Dave, I want to piggyback on that super quickly, just to say that was also supposed to be literally it was referred to as the ground zero of the parents' rights revolution that was going to become a central plank of the new Republican coalition. That is what Glenn Youngkin, that was such a Youngkin battleground. That was the big thing. And if this is a total sweep in Loudoun, which is where I am right now, that feels very devastating for the people who saw Winsome Sears as the successor to Youngkinism, as a successor to Trumpism.
Yeah, one thing I'd add to that is, before I return to Loudoun Point, Prince William County, Elizabeth Guzman was running a comeback bid against Ian Lovejoy for delegate. She was a delegate, ran for state senate, lost running for her old seat. And she was the author of one of those bills that was basically, I'm going to mischaracterize, but I'll characterize the way the campaign ads characterize it, which was it could punish parents if they don't recognize their kid's gender identity. That was center of the Republican campaign. Ian Lovejoy, the incumbent, just hammered her on that. It had been an issue for 3 years. I look at it now, she's winning by 11 points, might be 12 points. And so that is, and I was talking to people on both sides of this issue before this, and if you're a Republican and think this is a winning issue, you think Democrats are going to get overly confident that the trans issue is no longer a winner. If you're a Democrat, yes, you're confident. This is the Republicans can't just beat you by running on that issue. Yep. But yeah, the point I was making about Loudon was that J Mart's right. Spanberger's winning by an incredible landslide there. But for the Jones race, Kamala, the memory is correct. When Loudon came in and she was only winning it by 17 points, Democrats realized they had a problem. Jones is winning it by 19 points. So Jones is doing a little bit better than Kamala Harris when she won the state in that county. I think that's if you're watching this on Polymarket and you bought. Well, you already bought. You probably weren't listening to me, but that's another reason to buy. Yeah.
I want to jump to the New Jersey results here that we're getting in, and I was just taking a look at some of the coverage on the cable news networks, and they're digging into these different counties that are starting to come in. And thus far, it looks like Mikey Sherrill is outperforming both Kamala Harris and the current Democratic governor. So, it's none of these counties have completely recorded their results. So that's an important caveat that you don't know what precincts have come in, blah, blah, blah. But in all the counties that they've checked so far, it looks like she's outpacing, again, both Kamala Harris and the current governor, Phil Murphy.
Yes. And I wouldn't say that's surprising. So that race was haunted by the past. Phil Murphy won in 2021 much more narrowly than the polling suggested. Mm-hmm. And so when Sherrill would be up 6 points, Democrats saw that and imagined a tie. Everybody did. And I saw some reporting about Democrats being disappointed in her. To sum it up, Sherrill was not as nimble a campaigner as Spanberger, and it had a couple interviews in the primary, which is a very crowded primary, where she just kind of got tongue-tied and didn't have a good answer. Like most famously, one with Charlemagne the God, where she couldn't explain how her family made a lot of money while she was in Congress, and then one with Marsha Kramer, a legendary New York reporter, where she asked, what one piece of legislation we want to pass for New Jersey? And Sherrill just kind of froze up for 10 seconds. And it looked really bad. And those were just every day. If you turn on TV, you're watching those ads. But that was it. She did not really run an accident-prone campaign. She was just like above the Mendoza line candidate with a really good biography running against what Trump was doing to the state. And there was no evidence that Chitterelli was surging. There was evidence that he was holding on to some of Trump's it's not past tense. I mean, he could still win. Evidence that he was holding on to some of Trump's non-white gains. But Sherrill was just killing it in the suburbs. And the early vote and the mail vote was doing better than Murphy was doing. So going into today with the gateway story in everybody's mind, with the shutdown happening, with SNAP benefits being canceled over the weekend, or halted, I should say. That's one theme here. Like the last week of campaigning was very good for Democrats.
That's true.
In part because of what Trump was doing.
Yeah.
Right. Emily, you just flagged some results for us out of Georgia. So Georgia had a couple of statewide races for public service commissioner, and both Democratic challengers were victorious over GOP incumbents. This is from Daniel, is his Twitter handle, Daniel Nashanian of Bolts Magazine. An essential follow if you're an election nerd like we are. In any case, he says, if confirmed, this would be a really huge win for Georgia Dems. It'd be Dems' first statewide win in any non-federal race since 2006. And again, it's one of those just kind of, barometers of the national mood and of, who shows up also in these off-year elections. I think that's an important point too, is the Democratic coalition skews much more towards those like rock solid, reliable voters than it used to.
Dave, do we have you?
Yeah, Dave.
Yes,
I don't know if you've been following that. It hasn't been really on anybody's radar because it's so it's
random.
Oh no, I just had a little pause.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, that's another. I mean, I don't have much else to add. Sorry for losing one beat of the question. But yeah, that's more of a. Both sides could tell that Democrats just wanted to vote in something. This has been happening in down ballot elections all year. Oh, there's a state Senate special. I just got out of the No Kings rally. I'm going to go vote in this. That was already happening in Georgia. That is a significant win. Republicans were not able to convince their voters, if you love Trump, vote for the Public Service Commission. Yeah, it's becoming a theme as we talk about this. Like Democrats having a base that just loves voting anytime they can that big help for them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good coalition to have,
Wait,
but it is one
But
that
that was different than the 2024 coalition, where
right.
analysis since has said that actually if more voters turned out, the race would have skewed further right.
Yeah, well, that's kind of my
clearly
point, is
for
that, you know,
Republicans.
lower turnout elections are ones where it's more reliable, off year. A lot of people don't necessarily care, but you have, you know, more highly educated suburban liberals. Those are people who follow the news very religiously, probably the most activated about what's happening right now. I mean, I don't want to speak entirely. I could be wrong, right? Like, it could be that the coalition itself looks much more different. It could be even non-traditional voters who also are coming out for Democrat, who are pissed off, let's say, about the Trump administration. I could absolutely see that happening.
I think it's important to say that Trump coalition of low propensity voters, no other Republican has really been able to
ever
cobble together. So, you know, that is a
I
very
just think
Trump specific phenomenon. And we've also seen, I mean, his numbers that he had with young people, oh my God, falling off a cliff, numbers with Latinos falling off a cliff. So the types of voters that showed up to support Trump in 2024 are no longer necessarily, they're not Republicans necessarily, and they're not, necessarily excited to vote in an off-year election for Republicans either. One note I have here about, I was mentioning the Virginia House of Delegates, HD 30, which is part of Loudoun County, part of Fauquier County. So those are those exurbs which have been, really kind of turned into the new bellwethers. It looks like a Democratic flip. This was a Trump +1 district. And you've got the Democrat up by roughly 3 points at this point with 90% of the vote in. So that's looking like a flip for the Democrats in a Trump +1 district.
Wow, that's big. And so in terms of what we're looking at, and we continue to, do we have any updates on New Jersey? It still looks like about 17%. But yeah, if I'm looking at, oh, wow. So the poly market odds have moved significantly. It's now 98% for Mikey Sherrill. So, that means anything, it does look like the Democratic sweep was there. So I guess everyone, 92% now Democratic sweep odds increasing on poly market, and they were already significant. I mean, in terms of the movement, just generally, I guess the last question is going to be on that margin, and also insignificantly, like in Virginia governor. So I'm just checking right now to see where it is. It's about 43% of the vote in, and yeah, she's leading by about 11 points. Obviously, not all votes in. Some of the more rural areas still need to report. In New Jersey governor, you have a significant lead, but you only have about 17% of the vote that has been reported. So it's one of those where I think we're in margin watch a little bit. And I mean, Dave, just generally, like in terms of the national, or not, and in terms of any national takeaways, we had an interesting point that was made on our show, maybe that you could react to, is that Virginia and New Jersey maybe not be as nationally representative as they once were. They used to be highly predictive. I think he said in the last 90 years, Harry Enton, of where the midterms went for the Democratic Party. Obviously, we have all the gerrymandering stuff that's happening right now, but also those two states may not just be the bellwethers because of, significant movements in terms of the coalition and just generally where things move. I'm curious for your reaction.
Yeah, I would have a tempered reaction to Democrats saying we solved all of our problems, but they are doing better than they thought they would even 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Democrats didn't seem to be misleading me based on the numbers. They never said we're going to win these races by a landslide. Republicans are cooked. They had the advantage, the demographic advantage. The question was what was going to happen to the Trump coalition. So if the first races of the year were in Ohio, would we be seeing the same thing?
Right.
Would they be winning? I'm not sure, but suburbs turning out for them, Democratic voters not caring if their nominees make a mistake or have a scandal or text that somebody should die.
We call that
has
dark
played out
woke,
elsewhere. I mean, I covered these Iowa races that Democrats flipped, these state Senate races, and they had good candidates against bad Republican candidates. But in both cases, just every suburbanite liberal voted, and then MAGA voters didn't come back, and nothing seemed to compel them back.
Yep.
All right, Dave. Anything else? Anything big you're looking at before we let you go? I know you got lots of other things to do this evening, and we appreciate your time very much.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, no, thanks. You're doing a great job with this. The theme so far is going to be Dems doing very well. So I have to go write that probably.
Thanks
Thanks for having me.
Go workshop
Oh,
that.
by the way, Dave, please stay on the data center story, man. We loved your
Yes.
coverage.
Yes.
The audience loved it too.
Mhm.
Anything you
Send
write
us
on the subject,
anything.
let us know.
Yes, send
Yeah.
us anything that you have on that, and we love to have you, back on anything you write, anything you're seeing there. Because I live in one of these areas in King George County where they're trying to put 2 different data centers here, and it's a very hot and undercovered issue. It's totally cross partisan, so we're really quite, we're quite interested in the topic.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'd say watch in Virginia, watch the 30th District in the data center story that you're very nicely complimenting. I wrote about how both the Republican incumbent and the Democratic challenger were against data centers, and the Democrat said he's not doing enough to stop them. Right now, the Democrat is winning that race. So thanks for mentioning that. That will be a theme. That it's good that people are going to pay more attention after this year.
I completely agree. All right, Dave. Thank you. Always great to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Same to you. Bye.
Yeah, of course. Hey, Mac, if you can throw my screen back up on, and share that. So a couple others that we're getting in here. These are some of the, maybe a little bit off the beaten track, but still important results. Pennsylvania, you've got 3 Supreme Court seats up. These are against statewide races. And Democrats are hoping to retain these 3 Supreme Court justices so they can keep their 5-2 majority. Now, it's early days. We've got 7 and 8% of the vote in. I'm not sure why it's different. That's kind of weird. But anyway, 7 to 8% of the vote in for all 3 of them. But so far, overwhelmingly, Democrats getting their way there. And then I was also taking a look at Maine. You have these 2 ballot propositions that I was mentioning Graham Plattner's campaign has been organizing around. So this one in particular was a big focus for them. Question 1, new voting restrictions require photo IDs for in-person voting, tighten rules on absentee voting and ballot drop box use, among other changes. This is the one Leonard Leo was associated with. So far, yes, is prevailing. So, but again, you got 1%, less than 1% of votes in. So very early there, but we'll be keeping our eye on that one. This is a red flag law effectively. And on this one, the progressive position, the one that the, Plattner and others are backing, is the yes position. Establish a process for people to request extreme risk protection orders. That one underwater. Again, we're talking about a grand total of 1,500 votes in at this point. So definitely too early to be able to.
That's an interesting one there in the state of Maine, because
it is for
Maine's
sure
a much more pro-gun state in particular.
Rural character. Yeah.
Graham Plattner explained pretty much why that's the case on our show last Friday. But I actually think those election measures are interesting from the purpose of trying to understand the makeup of the electorate and the turnout patterns, because those aren't necessarily coded. I mean, I know that Dems have been trying to code them as right wing, but if you're a normie voter, yeah, you probably attach voter ID with right wing, all of that. But voter ID polls pretty well.
Yeah,
and so I'm just curious about those election results as they will compare with what we see from patterns in Virginia and New Jersey, where Dems seem very obviously right now to be energized.
Yeah, that's a good point, Emily. I mean, on voter ID, like you said, it usually polls quite well. Probably part of the reason that they put it together with the absentee ballot thing, just to try to smush those together. Again, I'm not an expert in Maine election absentee balloting, so I'm not going to dig into that. I'll let Leonard Leo slug that one out for himself and for the Susan Collins campaign. I guess the real question, so far is wow. 11 points. Spanberger is still holding as of right now. Oh, we have our guys. They're ready.
We're the guys.
Yay, let's go.
The boys are here.
We're not ready.
We can hear them. We can see them. What's
How do
the
we
vibe
sound?
like?
How are we coming in?
Vibe check?
You guys sound great.
We sound great. Ryan, you
Yeah,
talk.
it sounds good. Yep, sounds good.
The vibe check among, for what the people watching actually care about, the vibe check among Zohran people, my God, they are pumped up. They're trying not to get themselves too hyped up and jinx anything, but they're talking about significant mandate level.
They're measuring the
victory.
race. What would be significant mandate level kind of victory? What is their marker for that? Is it 50%? Is it 55%?
Anything over 50, but they're looking at 55%.
I'm saying 56. I'm saying 56 tonight. That's my number.
But for a mandate, you're looking at a majority, at minimum a majority of the city, and a majority of the city with the biggest turnout in election history Then you go to the city council and you say, look, now here's what we're curious about. Can you hear that? Like how loud?
Yeah.
How loud is that?
It's
Griffin,
okay.
your
we
mic
still
is a
hear
little
you.
bit hot. If you can just
Too hot? Okay.
a little bit. Yeah.
But we still hear you guys
Yeah.
even with the music.
Yes,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
we can.
Streaming wise, we're still figuring out the logistics here. This is going to be a bit of a challenge.
No worries.
They're set up for traditional media. Interestingly, like so you've got a bunch of spots back here where you've got room for like one reporter to do stand-ups back to Tokyo or wherever they are, but not the more casual and interesting kind of coverage that we're trying to do. Plus, they keep blasting random music over here for some reason.
Right.
So,
Well, yeah,
So
they're
the vibe is get off my lawn.
they've
for Ryan.
already begun their war on the independent press that helped
they
them
have
get
already.
elected. They
Oh,
already
God.
are rolling
they
the red
forget us.
carpet out for the New York City
Yeah.
media. How times have changed over there.
Yeah.
I want to
Ryan,
do a
can
quick comparison of the soundtracks just from here, Winston Earl Sears quote victory party in Leesburg, Virginia, and out there in Manhattan. I don't know what borough you guys are in, but you guys
Brooklyn.
are blasting. Okay,
Of
you're in
course.
Brooklyn. You're blasting Brooklyn music. I've been caught in a Motown trap with this lukewarm buffet behind me, and all of the people who braved the Winston Sears victory party. She was down about 10 points.
Is that
in
her
RCP
behind you?
Average.
No.
It's not her behind me,
No.
but seriously, I think it's you guys seem poised to actually have quite a bit of fun tonight.
Ryan Griffin, I just have one ask. If you do smell weed, just let us know. Just let the stream know. I'm just curious.
You know what? I
Yeah.
walked through Brooklyn and didn't even smell
Yeah.
any weed. I think
You're
the
lying.
The city
You're
is
lying.
cleaning itself up.
Sharia. They're
You-
preparing for the
you-
Sharia law. That's
Ryan,
what that
you
is.
are a liar.
Everybody
Okay?
was wearing a suit.
Yeah.
They're worried about the impending Sharia law. So that's what's
hey,
going
listen,
on there.
I
So they're
mean, I wouldn't mind a
self-enforcing.
little bit of Sharia law in New York City. If they can
You
clip
remember
that if
when
they want to.
MTG
Yeah.
posted that meme of the Statue of Liberty in a full
Yes, in a
burqa?
burqa.
Someone should actually
Yeah.
post the Statue of Liberty in a full suit. That's the real
Yes, that's
Zohran
the-
Sharia. That's
Well,
By
Sagar
the way-
should post that
Yeah.
actually.
Also,
I
do you
can
know
post
the
it.
back,
Sure,
you know
I'll
the
Make it on
back,
Grok. Make
Somebody
it on
make
Grok.
backstory? Do you know the backstory of why he wears suits all the time now?
I don't.
actually-
Go ahead.
It goes back to the interview that he did with me and Emily back in November or whenever that was, and he
looked
wore
like
this like
Che
leather bomber
Guevara.
jacket. Yeah, it looked like he was like a Weather Underground guy on the run, and
He
his
looked like Symbionese Liberation Army. That's what we said at the time.
and his press crew was like, "Oh my God, New York Post is gonna like screen grab this, and this is gonna be the photo that is going to be used for every." And they never screen grabbed it.
Yeah.
They missed their
Well,
shot.
now they need to.
What are you guys doing? And so
Well, they couldn't
after
because he
that,
was saying
wore a
nice things
suit
about
every
Trump
single
voters in
time.
that interview.
You know, I went down a rabbit hole of sewer socialists today, and these were some very fine dressed men. All right. I just
Yes,
want to put that out
absolutely.
there.
Oh,
I went
huge
down
fan of
a-
the sewer socialists.
I went down a real rabbit hole of some of the sewer socialists of Milwaukee, and these gentlemen were exquisitely dressed. So let
Yes,
that just be a
because-
lesson for the left.
because it's not about like LARPing as a working class person. It's trying to take the working class into material privilege. Like that's
Yes.
the whole point. The whole point is not to be working class. The point is to work your way out of it
To
by
march
organizing and
through
getting
the
power.
institutions. Is that what
As
you were
well
saying?
as
You would
well,
march?
no, as
there
Samuel,
it is.
as Samuel
There we
Tompkins,
go.
Yeah.
Look at
I
that.
like it.
Tompkins
Look
put
how
it,
beautiful
he's-
she is. All right.
The
Now we just got
skirt,
to
oh my
cover
God.
up that dumbass poem, and then we
I
can really.
hate
Wait,
it
but
so much.
this brings an entire different question of gender and gender identity into the
This
equation.
is
that
it
we
is
weren't prepared
very
to talk
yeah, that's
about.
true. That's true. Yeah, that is true.
This is the
We're
New York that I
introducing
believe
some
in.
gender ambiguity here that I might be able to get behind.
Can we
Ryan-
talk margin? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
was going to
Yeah.
ask
To the
something similar.
Jets.
So Ryan, I had asked you what do they see as a mandate? Certainly anything over 50%. They're starting to smell a 55 or a 56%. First of all, what are they seeing in the tea leaves that's making them so excited? Second of all, why does it matter? Like a win is a win. What does it matter, the margin and the strength of the mandate coming into this administration?
Ryan,
we
you're
don't hear
muted.
you. You're muted.
Ryan. We're not sure on whose end that is. Sorry.
It's
if
on their end. It
Oh,
just
okay.
says,
Yeah. I
like
think
you
Griffin's
guys
telling
have it
us.
clicked.
Griffin's telling us to talk, so it's
Mac,
okay.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, fine. I can answer my own question. So basically, I mean, the youth turnout appears to be astronomical. And, every day during early voting got younger and younger. Turnout today has been phenomenal. Turnout in particular in Brooklyn has been really phenomenal. Like the places that Zohran is the strongest have been turning out to vote in insane numbers. So that's why they're looking at this and going, oh, something big is happening here. That's number one. Number two, why does it matter? Well, he's going to have to fight with Kathy Hochul, with Albany, to be able to get his, policies enacted. He's going to have to fight with the city council. He's going to have to, fight with a bunch of these like developers. And there's going to be all sorts of people that he is going to have to work with and cajole in order to deliver on the promises that he has made to the city. And so if you have this large mandate coming in and a mass grassroots movement behind you, then you've got Kathy Hochul looking over her shoulder at her left flank, wondering what is going to be coming for her if she stands in Zohran's way and he decides to back her primary challenger, for example. So those are the sort of dynamics that are really important, where they're not just looking for a win here. They want to send a message saying, hey, we're the ones with the movement behind us. We're the ones with the political power. You have to play on our turf now, and we are going to be the ones calling the shots.
Yeah, that was a key kind of thing that you and I were talking about today, Krystal. It's about his ability to try and shape the New York City electorate. And I actually spent some time, that's what I was talking about, the sewer socialists. I was going back, reading about some of their original theories of power. And one of the things I think that the margin is really important for is also combining the level of seriousness with through which the opposition can fight. So just, again, to kind of take it back. And so what I was spending some of my time on is after these sewer socialists came into power, what they really understood from the immediate get-go is they're like, look, there's been all this propaganda, all this stuff that's against us. We have to make shit work immediately. And to do that, one of the things that they focused on was the absolute basics, nitty-gritty of governance. And one of the things that, highlighted that I kind of talked about today, part of why I think that Zohran is really, going to struggle is because of the way that New York City is currently structured. It's Byzantine structures and committee systems and, the state, the fact that he has no statutory authority to raise taxes, etc. But the thing that you can fall back on, especially in the immediate term, is because he's going to bask not only in victory, but you have to hit the ground running as soon as you take that mansion. And when you take that mansion, what you want to have to do and try to replicate some of the original success is to kind of sweep through and make sure that people are very, very clear, I think, in terms of your ability to say, I have a democratic, absolute mandate. And so I do think it's really important there for Zohran to try and to do that. And what I also think in terms of the margin is looking at where things are right now. Again, I'm just going off Polymarket and I'm not exactly sure where things are, but the modal outcome seems to be about a 10 to 20% margin of victory. We're not exactly sure, exactly where that would fall in the 50%, but I have to mention that there is a 28% chance that they have right now of a 20 or 30%, which would definitely put them very comfortably ahead. And I do think that that's something that we all, we want to keep an eye on. It also has major ramifications, Krystal, you can talk about for Chuck Schumer, for right? His decision, he's got his Schumer potential facelift, which maybe it's not a facelift, but
Schumer would not say who he voted for today.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to
crazy.
think about that.
Right.
This is first of all, he's a senator, Democratic senator from New York. That's number one. Number two, he's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And, this is a guy who all of these establishment Democrats, up until this moment, it was vote blue no matter who. Now you've got Zohran having won the primary, the Democratic nominee by 13 points, and he can't decide whether he's going to be behind the Democratic Party nominee or the resigned and disgraced governor who is endorsed by Donald Trump. And you can't tell us who you voted for. I mean, just insane stuff. In the Democratic base already hates this man, already hates Chuck Schumer. They already side with Zohran over him, not to mention Hakeem Jeffries and the way he played this was so disgusting too. He did come in finally at the end, realize he's got to also look over his shoulder at, potentially Zohran backing a primary challenger to him as well. So you've already got Zohran in a position to flex a lot of a political muscle here and has truly exposed some of the hypocrisy and lack of principle and character among key Democratic leaders. I think that cat is already out of the bag at this point.
It's kind of interesting.
I just want to say this is also how John Boehner lost his job. Just remember, this is exactly how John Boehner lost his job. And so Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer were trying to navigate this in a way Baby Schumer is ready to step down. Ryan may have intel on that, but it's a disaster for them with what's coming.
I think Griffin's mic is hot. He
Guys,
wants to weigh in.
we're bringing Mike back in. I'm not trying to weigh in. I just want to say, are we live again? Are the mics hot?
We're live.
Yep, you're good.
Hot. Yeah, you're
really,
good. And
really
your audio
quick.
is
I
good,
wanted
too.
to, Matt, can you throw my screen because this is just interesting on the Jay Jones thing that I wanted to show you guys. This is from the CNN exit.
Can you blow it up, Krystal? Can you just click on the image so I can't see?
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. So they asked about the Jay Jones text, and 45% said it was disqualifying.
Holy smokes.
Of that number, 9% still voted for him. Okay. Then you had 26% who said it was concerning. 83% of the people who said it's concerning still voted for Jay Jones. And then of the not a concerned people, 90% voted for him. And then the haven't heard enough, 66% voted for him. But it's pretty wild to say they're disqualifying and then being like, yeah, but I voted for him.
This is the Trump thing. I mean, this is Trump 2016. I don't like how he, I don't like how he says
it's lesser of two evil politics.
Yeah, exactly. It's lesser of two evils. Look,
Yeah.
I never doubted for a second that this dude was going to lose. Like, I was like, there's no world where Democrats are going to be watching the shit on their TV screens and getting upset about it and saying, I even feel this way when somebody's like concern trolling over rhetoric. I'm like, guys, Trump is president. Okay. Like it's over. Like all of the norms trolling, like it's all bullshit.
Democrats have finally caught up to that.
And they should, because you know why? Because it's all weapon. Look at the Cheney thing today. Krystal, you and I, we held our tongue. I think enough time has passed. Maybe we can talk about it. But like part of the thing is like, look at all of these Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris and Bill Clinton and all these people eulogizing Dick Cheney. It's like, you don't actually have to do that. Okay. Like Barack Obama is silent today. And I couldn't be happier because for right now, like every single politician needs to just do away with this like norms worshiping stuff. It's like, no, it's about winning. And that's actually what it's about. Power and elections have consequences, period.
Should we play my man Graham's response to Dick?
Sure, yeah. I think Ryan wanted to. I will say, you guys know I'm skeptical of Graham, but I'm starting to believe, man. I'm starting to believe as a result. This video just got me. This video got me. Let's play it.
Let me go ahead and play it here.
Graham Plattner here. Usually when a former vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq, accountable and get them out of office.
There you go.
That's it's compelling. And you know why that's important too? That's a Trump 2016 moment. One of the most important parts of the 2016 campaign was when Jeb and Rubio were doing their Iraq war bullshit. And Trump was like, no, this was a disaster. Like he looked at Jeb in his face and Jeb kept being like, my brother kept us safe. He's like, no, he didn't. He's like, your brother was a disaster. And being able to just like break the taboo on that stuff is so vital and so important. So yes, I do think. I'll tell you, I'm out on Gavin because he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, condolences to the Cheneys." I was like, "All right, I was wrong, man. This guy
Gavin.
He's got nothing."
Yeah. Well, between that and his APAC answer, where it's like, very interesting that you're asking me that question. That's so interesting.
I thought he was a real talent. I don't get it. Like, who told you to? Yes. I mean, come on, Emily. He's the governor of the most populous state. Like, let's be real here. The energy fighting against Trump. He's got the look. He's got everything. The social media. But eulogizing Cheney, I was just like, all right. Like, I don't even know what we're doing here. It's like some Liz Cheney fantasy. Let me get Ryan in here. What have you thought about the Cheney eulogizing Graham Plattner, any of the above?
Well, on Graham Plattner, like I'm glad he came through. Like that's what we need. Like that's the whole point. Like that's why people who were defending him were defending him, because they see him as somebody who is willing to say the things that everybody is thinking. To Sagar's point, like yes, like I prefer my dead vice presidents who weren't war criminals, and then like a whole Party is gas. Like, no, that's what everybody is feeling. On some of the eulogies, if you didn't read the New York Times obituary, and I was told by some reporters there that they were actually scrambling because I think they, like me, thought that this guy was going to live to be like 196 years old. And so they didn't even have an obit together. And so they slapped together the most like propagandistic, like glowing profile
it was
of Dick Cheney as a champion of democracy that loved democracy at home and abroad and loved it. Maybe he loved it abroad a little bit too much. And sometimes that can hurt people. But it was cloying. It was disgusting.
It's why the world needs haters. Like we need haters in this world.
The only crime was loving the people of Afghanistan and Iraq too much.
He loved them so much. And I don't know, man. Just watching it, I was so repulsed. I saw that too. You know, Jonathan Martin, he's like a major political reporter. I even cited him earlier, and he was like, "Oh, say what you will." He loved, Jonathan Karl from ABC News, who just read a book. He's like, "Say what you will." He loved democracy. I'm like, no, he didn't actually. And you know, it's just like, no, like, hey, why do we even have to say this shit? Saying nothing is better than it all. So I don't know. I mean,
Dick Cheney, who, and you guys will enjoy the reference, but the guy who organized the Brooks Brothers riot.
Right. I was just going to say, who like actually successfully stole an election. That's the guy who loves democracy. And by the way, exactly. And by the way, you know, a lot of the Trump abuses of executive power and just basically making himself king, like you can tie that right back to the abuses of power from the Bush-Cheney administration with this man who's the, you know, most powerful vice president we've probably ever had. So, you know, for all these people, this is what also drives me crazy is like, you know, so many people get exposed for how hollow their opposition really is, you know, whether it's their opposition to Bush and Cheney or their Trump opposition. I mean, look at Andrew Cuomo cozying up to Donald Trump. Remember 5 seconds ago, he was his biggest adversary during COVID. And now here he is teaming up with him. Like for so many of these, and this I think is really repulsive to the American people. For so many of these Democratic Party elites, like legacy Democratic Party leadership elites, they don't really believe in anything. They really do feel like we're all in the same club together. And so the second it becomes politically expedient for them to be on Trump's team, look at Andrew Cuomo, right alongside Trump, who was supposedly his biggest enemy and adversary. It's disgusting.
And the only edit I'd make to that is they to your point, they do believe in something. Then they believe in that club. And
that's right. Yeah, no, that's right.
The moment that Cuomo is threatened with being removed from that club, he's willing to shed all pretense and say, you know what, actually, Donald Trump loves New York. I love New York. We can work together. Like, what was all of this stuff that we were talking about for so long?
Well, and to embrace the threat, right? I mean, Donald Trump is acting like a mob boss. Like, nice city you got there. Pity if you vote for the wrong guy. No. And I'm going to have to, fuck you up.
Here. Yeah.
Right. And Cuomo is backing that tactic, threatening his own, like, would-be voters. And it's just, it's insane to me. It's truly loathsome. It's truly loathsome. I don't care what you think about his politics or Zohran's politics. Like, that is a loathsome, unacceptable thing to do.
Yeah.
You could also tell that I know it's a little hot earlier. Mac, how am I doing? Is it a little bit better, guys?
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Sounds good.
Yeah. You could also tell that the Trump administration was really trying to not endorse Cuomo because they kind of like didn't want to like give a thumbs up to a Democrat, and they knew it might help Mamdani. But it seemed like last night Trump just couldn't help himself and fired off those Truth Socials about if you're Jewish, you hate yourself if you vote for Mamdani, all that stuff. It seemed like that he just couldn't help himself right there at the finish line.
Right, because
guys, I do want to track that tonight. We need to get Jewish vote for Mamdani. I want that stat. I'd be willing to bet that the majority under the age of 30.
I've got a different identity politics stat for you, which is that thus far, according to the exit polls, only 9% of Black voters voted for Winsome Earl-Sears, who is herself a Black woman, would be the first Black woman governor of the state of Virginia, et cetera. So, voters don't always just vote their identity.
And I do just, it's also worth
Trump's better. Yeah.
It's worth reminding everyone that when Glenn Youngkin won in 2020, 2021, the Republican Party was constantly having Winsome Earl-Sears at the events. Yes. They were constantly pointing to Winsome Earl-Sears as the future of the Republican Party. the MAGA without Trump, somebody who could keep the appeal of Trumpism and actually broaden the base. So go speak to Black voters, go speak to female voters as a veteran, as somebody who was hardcore, take the culture, leaning into the culture war. And here it is, 2025, just also crashing with Hispanics where Trump made inroads. I just saw this post from Split Ticket, the guy at Split Ticket. So plurality Hispanic Manassas was emblematic of Dems' problems. Matt can put this up on the screen in Nova in 2024 when it swung 9 points right. Now Spanberger is blowing past Biden's margin. Think about that with the candidate that the Republican Party saw as its future with minority voters.
Let me add a little bit to that, just on the culture war point, because this is something that Weigel has been tracking really closely. You know, the Republicans really went all in on the, trans issues in this election, and not just at the top of the ticket. So he says in another Virginia seat to watch, this is a House of Delegates seat, Ian Lovejoy, the Republican, versus Elizabeth Guzman, the Democrat. Guzman, the Democrat, authored pro-trans legislation in 2022 that ours characterized as punishing parents if they didn't accept the kid's gender identity. Center of the Republicans adds, Guzman, the Democrat, right now is up 13 points. And that's a district, that's a Prince William County district, which is another one of these like exurban districts south of the Beltway in Northern Virginia, exurban Northern Virginia. So interesting there too, that the bet on we can just do the culture war and that'll be enough does not seem to be paying off.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed that stat earlier, which said that even though the voters were like, yeah, I agree that it's gone too far. I mean, look, Richard Hanania said this earlier, I remember, and he goes, it feels indecent to care about wokeness right now. Even I kind of agree with that. Okay. As somebody who's like, even I am like, yeah, like, he's right. Especially right now. I mean, because look, these are actual existential questions about we're solving the actual existential questions about the country right now. Like right now for the Democrats, it's about executive power. It's about Trump. It's about immigration. For a lot of Republicans, it was the same way in 2024. Honestly, even in 2016, that's a huge number of the evangelicals, for example, who didn't like Trump, who all voted for him. Like for them, pro-life was literally an existential issue, and they're willing to look past almost anything, even a lot of stuff that they disagree with. And so I do think that that's always very instructive. And honestly, it does really vindicate some of it vindicates a lot of the people in 2024 who warned the Kamala campaign that you are not going to be able to just coast off of Roe versus Wade, into the White House. Because it worked in 2022, and okay, that's fine. It's cool. Like it definitely was something. But when things feel truly existential, stuff like that, it's almost, Emily, you can back me up here. What is it? 20-30% of the people who voted for Trump were pro-choice. It might actually be higher, because it was roughly around 30% in 2016.
One quick update, guys. Decision Desk HQ has called the New Jersey governor's race for Mikey Sherrill. So that one looks like it's done and dusted too. Just a question at this point.
I was going to say, actually, that's a good segue to toss this to Brian and Griffin, because just adding to what Sagar said, actually, that is like on the Jay Jones race, Republicans realize they can't just coast on this culture war. I talked to the executive director of the Republican Attorneys General Association earlier today, and he was telling me this is where decency is on the ballot, character is on the ballot. This is a defining moment. And that was their messaging heading into election day. But people are voting on healthcare. People are voting on healthcare. They're voting on jobs in Virginia, federal government jobs in Virginia. And I actually think an important point as we digest the results, Democrats learned from previous midterm cycles that they need to, and I think some of it comes from Zohran Mamdani.
You're going to get it. What is this, Fox News?
Come on.
I don't know that
Why do people have trouble saying his name?
It's easy. Yeah.
In my opinion, it is my personal opinion, Jashinsky is actually a lot harder to say than
100%. Mamdani's even phonetic.
I can't say it.
I would always get it. My hard one was the Kamala. Did you ever get Kamala versus Kamala? That was my hard one. That was the one I never got
that
right.
is a-
Actually, I
Oh,
did.
really?
I also, by the way, I really struggled with Buttigieg in the beginning. I don't know if you remember that,
Yep.
Krystal. Back in 2018,
I
I was
do
always like,
remember that, yeah.
Buttigieg. I was like, Buttigieg. I think they called him Buttigieg at one point.
Buddha,
Buddha.
and Judge, and then you got
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because
Buddha,
they
like
Buddha.
I was gonna say
Like
they
bread.
had that sign which was like boot edge, and that's when
Edge.
it's finally
Buddha.
been.
That one
hammered
this
out.
I
one
just
confused
wanted
me
to-
more.
I wanted to toss it to you guys for that question about the
Yeah.
kind of culture war vibe shift, because when I look at how Abigail Spanberger ran and Mikey Sherrill ran, I see Democrats genuinely learning that they can't coast off of anti-Trump vibes, that they can't coast off of sex and gender vibes, saying Trump is trying to, like, this is the flip side of what we were just talking about. With Weigel, you can't just say Trump is trying to take healthcare away from trans kids, for example. Every conversation you have has to go back to the material conditions of the voters, healthcare, affordability. And I feel like after Mamdani won the primary, that became a paradigm that even centrists were looking at and thinking, but you guys can correct me if you think that's wrong.
No, I think that's right.
you
I haven't
guys
heard
go
any
ahead.
of that. I haven't heard any of that.
Ryan, what do you think?
This guy's messing with our cord over here.
I see someone's people
So,
are messing with us.
What I mean,
Marriage definitely factored in Virginia, but yes.
yeah, I think Sagar's right, and I think like the rage and partisanship is overcoming some of people's like discontent around particular issues that they may have with their own party. You know, people have been extremely angry in general since the great financial crisis, but since the pandemic and the pullback of all the social safety net stuff and giving people a glimpse of like what it's like to like actually have a little bit of breathing room in your bank account and then ripping it away, has driven people, completely mad for good reason. Democrats, face the wrath of that in 2024, and Republicans never really had, and Trump never had any like immediate solution to that, and everything he's done is kind of pushing things in the opposite direction. Maybe long term, you could say this tariff stuff or whatever is going to like save the country, but not if you do them for 6 months and then pull back and whatever. And then in short term, it's everything is getting worse. Everything is getting harder for people. So I think you're right.
I don't know if we flagged this. Does everybody? I don't know if we forgot to cover it, but the Supreme Court tomorrow is going to hear that tariff case. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that is.
And that if that goes down,
he might be sweating. Yeah.
He has a good shot of taking it on the chin. I think I've mentioned this before. I'd heard a story about banks which are fronting rebates to different companies at a discount rate. They're that confident that the tariffs will
they're buying basically the ability to get the refunds from the government, which is insane. Like that's like what? How much? 800 billion? Like what's the?
It's hundreds and hundreds.
It's an enormous amount of money that the courts would order the Trump administration to give to. But the problem is the people who actually paid the tariffs, like us, and people who bought things, we're not getting the check. It'll go. To the company that raised prices.
It'll go into a dividend. It'll go into the dividend of a stock, obviously.
Yeah.
And
I've been buying soybeans, but I don't know about you. I want to set the stage. We're 10 minutes away right now. I just wanted to key back into some election updates. We're 10 minutes away from polls closing in New York at 9 p.m. Eastern, and the early vote has just been absolutely massive.
Yeah, well, there might be more than 2 million votes.
We're tracking for over 2 million. Yeah, at this point right here.
And why don't we go ahead and kick off the inevitable discourse, which I'm excited about what all of these races mean about the future of the Democratic Party. And I mean, one thing you can say genuinely, and what I was going to contribute to the last conversation about like, did Dems learn something and that's why they're succeeding? To be honest with you, I think that Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill are just the most default D candidates. Like, I think it has a lot more to do with Trump and the national environment and the fact that people think the economy abso-fucking-lutely sucks and Republicans are in charge of everything than anything that either of them did in their incredibly unexceptional campaigns, in my opinion. Now,
these are also, as you know, these are wealthier.
Hassan is looking for you over there, by the way.
Educated states. Hassan is.
We'll get Hassan in a second.
Okay.
But something that is really quite dramatic that has happened in New York City is not only the upset of Cuomo, but I cannot emphasize enough how extraordinary it is to remake an entire electorate. I mean, it looks very possible, if not likely, that Zohran is once again going to outperform his polls. And in the primary, he outperformed his polls like by freaking like 20 points because he completely changed who showed up to vote. I mean, that is an absolutely extraordinary thing. And so I see all this, I see all this sort of like centrist cope of, oh, but it's New York City, you can't really learn anything from that. It's not really relevant to the national conversation. How can you look at a candidate and a message, that's the most important part, that is able to compel people who normally would sit out an election to get off their couch, get organized, go out and volunteer, be excited, come out and vote? How can you look at that and say that has no applicability anywhere outside of New York City? Like New York City residents are just these like bizarre aliens that respond differently than any other voters in the entire country. Come on.
Krystal, hold on. They don't have rent in other states. They don't have rent or buses.
Okay. Well, first of all, nobody actually gives a shit about the bus outside of New York. Just gonna say that. Okay.
Well, the bus, that's fair. That is fair.
Right, but let's all be real.
Rent and childcare and affordable food.
Okay,
those are sort of, connective tissue here.
No, let me disagree. I think that's actually quite reductive because the truth is that this is the most liberal city in the country. Like the idea that you wouldn't have a remaking electorate or the ability to inspire those types of voters in a place that's already predisposed to already lean extremely left on the spectrum, that would be I mean, frankly, Ryan, you and Krystal, we've all been talking about this for years, which is one of the progressive theories of the case is why do we keep having establishment Democrats in hard D districts? This is the case effectively for like tier 1 victory. But to extrapolate and to say that this is the same type of candidate or the same message, which is going to win in the Midwest or anywhere, like in a real, like in a swingier district, I just don't think that that's accurate. And that's why you go ahead, Ryan.
The counter argument would be that a New York mayor has not done this before. You have people like Iglesias who keep pointing at Bill de Blasio, but at Bill de Blasio, God bless his soul, and he'll be here tonight. He can't join the stream though. He said because he's got CNN contract.
Oh my God!
Really?
He did not change the electorate. Like he persuaded a lot of liberals in New York City of his liberal vision, and the people who regularly voted for that liberal vision, they went and voted for him. That good for Bill de Blasio. That's great. But that's fundamentally different than what Mamdani did, which is get people who weren't engaged before to get engaged and to get excited about an agenda. And so this would be like, yes, it starts from one of the most democratic areas in the country, but it's always been that. Look at the delta is what I'd say. Look at the change that was produced. So you're not going to get to millions of people coming out in Cleveland or whatever, or statewide in Ohio. But what it does show is that you can do what the left has been claiming is possible, but not doing for decades, which is excite people and get them out to vote. Bernie Sanders lost in 2020 because he couldn't do that. Like his theory of the case was he was going to change the Democratic Party electorate. He did not. The old electorate came out and they consolidated around Joe Biden.
Including he did not do that even in liberal places. I mean, he won liberal places, but he did not change the electorate in those places. So to, just discard that, well, of course, New York City's liberal, so of course they like Zohran. I mean, at the beginning, look, we both thought Cuomo was going to be a wrap and Cuomo was going to romp. So, first of all, there's that, incredible rebuke. Zohran literally started 0%. Standing on the side of the road with the mic and no one really willing to talk to him. That's where he started. He beats Cuomo by 13 points, totally transforms the electorate. I mean, to look at that and say, oh, there's nothing for any other Democrat to learn. Here's this man who is, number one, phenomenally talented, but number two, has truly done something unique and extraordinary here. And to say, oh, there's nothing for us to learn here.
Well, not nothing.
It's just totally specific to New York City. I mean, I think that's completely.
There is a specific to New York City.
I think we could split the difference there and say that you can learn a lot from that candidate in the same way. Okay, so like let's think about the transformational candidates, people like Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Many of them were like singularly unique, but this thing that they would maybe share with Zohran Mamdani was the ability to reshape the electorate. But I think what you would learn, because Mamdani himself is a local politician running in a hard D state in one of the most liberal states in the country, country. What you can probably learn from that is about the weakness of the Democratic establishment, is about mobilization, is about some of the other tactics and the zeroing in on affordability without also bucking to the establishment, anti-media. Those are the takeaways that I would have, right? Not to say I'm going to copy and paste Zohran Mamdani's, not even policy platform per se, but like exactly who he is. Like, free bus is not playing. Graham Plattner's not running on free buses.
But you know what?
I didn't see any buses.
Is going to play? You know what's going to play everywhere, though, truly, and I think it's more important than people take into consideration is his clear-eyed stance on Israel.
Oh, yes, I was about to mention that.
His willingness to buck the establishment there. It's so ironic in the primary. Cuomo for sure thought that this was going to be such a pain point for him, made sure to put Israel at the center and the alleged anti-Semitism of Zohran Mamdani at the center of his campaign. At this point, it's absolutely 100% clear that was an idiotic move. It completely backfired, and people came out to vote for Zohran not in spite of his views on Israel, but some significant portion of the enthusiasm behind him is like, oh my God, he's actually willing to say the truth about what we all see in our own feeds every single day. And, Graham said something similar to us when we were talking to him about Maine and, the response to him in Maine. And he said something similar. He's like, people are sick of being lied to. They can see this stuff with their own eyes. If you're not willing to acknowledge that, like, what else are you lying to me about? What else are you willing to cover for? And I think that was an important part that completely transcends New York City, especially when you talk about a Democratic Party base that now has completely turned on Israel at this point.
And I also just want to say, I think what we're seeing is a period in time of transition from, this is very obvious because here we are right now, but old media campaigns and new media campaigns, which with Zohran, Graham Plattner, great example, but you can be in Virginia where it's a blue state, lots of anti-GOP momentum, anti-Trump momentum, same thing with New Jersey, and hang on if you're Cheryl or Spamberger for now. But your positions on these issues, you will start getting punished if you can't talk about them and sound like a normal human being as you are talking about them. And one of the lessons I do think from what we're seeing play out with Zohran Mamdani is you have all of this wealth consolidating against him. And their closing message in the campaign was genuinely calling him a jihadist. Like, that is literally what he was being called, a jihadist.
Insane. Insane.
But people don't believe that. Nobody believes that you think Zohran Mamdani is a jihadist. That's an insane thing to say. I mean, if you must say you think he supports jihad or he supports policies that'll lead to jihad, whatever. But nobody believes that.
That's crazy.
But nobody.
That's a nice middle ground, Emily. I like that.
Say he supports jihad, not that he's a jihad.
No, but this is what
he
I'm saying.
supports. He wants to globalize the jihad,
he
but
wants
he
to
doesn't.
globalize the jihad. Yes,
from home.
That's
he wants to work from
what
home
I'm saying
jihad.
is, like, you can make your argument about the Holy Land Foundation. You can do that. Fine. What I'm saying is that nobody believes that you think Zohran Mamdani is a jihadist or he has any interest in enabling jihad in New York City. And so it comes across as just falling completely flat. It's an insane thing to coast on and cling to instead of obsessing like he is over
so many people.
Affordability.
So many people showed their asses.
Let me
so
pick
many
up on
people showed their asses.
I just want to say one more thing.
Ryan was going to say something, but Emily, you finish up.
Well, he had such an interesting ad, one of the most interesting ads of Zohran's campaign. It was a bunch of female rabbis who came out and said, we're Jewish, we support Zohran. And within 10 seconds of that, all they did was talk about how they wanted a safe and affordable city. Larry Krasner is hanging on right now in Pennsylvania. And maybe, Ryan, you can speak to that as well.
There we go.
Despite crime attacks on him, like this stuff, it's not the end all be all. Like Republicans literally here behind this campaign thought it would be.
And I think Mamdani's opponents really blew it when they kept pushing the question of, are you going to visit Israel? And what Mamdani was able to do is a Trump version of the she's for they them and he's for you. Yeah. So it was the exact same thing. It's the same form. Yes. It's like they want me to go to Israel. I'm staying here talking to you. Whatever you think about Israel, I'm here to make sure that the buses are faster, the buses are free, the rent is getting lower, and the groceries are cheaper. And so it really fit that exact same theme. And it had the same kind of credibility heuristic around it as well, I think. And
I think
he's willing to say it. Even if you don't agree with him, like, oh, he's willing to say that. There's no advantage in him saying it. He must have some political courage.
I think if there's any reason and extrapolation, that would be my number one, is because I think you guys can remember this. That got pickup from everybody, from Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, for any of the, if you're talking about the podcast Curious People. I mean, I don't even particularly love Mr. Zohran, but even, I felt something when he was like, I'm staying here in New York. I was like, oh man, it's like, there's something visceral, like inside when you hear somebody who's running for office just explicitly be like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, I'm staying here and I'm going to work for all of it. Like, that is literally like an embrace of the spirit of like America First that Trump originally ran on and he gave up, right? And so that's why I think it's really important on this issue for Graham, for Zohran, and this is where national politicians cynically just need to seize on this, and they just need to stand up and be like, look, like, let's put all this bullshit aside. We need to worry about what's going on here. Ironically, they can learn it, from Donald Trump. Like, that's part of the, I would say, number one. His most viral clip nationally was on Israel. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's really
go ahead and share my screen, guys. Sorry, you can finish your point, but I just wanted to put the actual results up because we've got some numbers in from New York City at this point. Mac, if you can share my screen so we can see. Yeah. So this is a pretty good chunk of the votes in, 36% of the votes in at this point. And you can see Zohran over 50% at 51.5. Cuomo's at about 40. Sliwa coming in at 8. So Sliwa appears to be underperforming. I don't know where these votes are predominantly coming from. Let me check out. Staten Island has 38% of the vote in. Brooklyn's got 35%. Queens has 33%. Manhattan has 43% of the vote, and Bronx has 28% of the vote. And Brooklyn is Zohran's strongest borough, then probably Queens. But in any case, at this point, at least, it looks like Sliwa is underperforming a bit. And I'm wondering if that is because of Trump coming in and saying to vote for Cuomo.
Yeah. So a number that Cuomo is looking at Sliwa for is Cuomo needs to keep Sliwa below 15%. If Sliwa's hitting 15% or higher, that means that there hasn't been enough Republican spillover that has switched over to Cuomo in the meantime.
Except for the basic fact that anybody who was telling pollsters they support Sliwa hates Andrew Cuomo. So the whole idea that you were going to be able to move them was always a little bit difficult. Because
but if you're in the Cuomo camp,
where are they going to move? They're going to move to Mamdani more likely than Cuomo.
Definitely, it's not likely. But the Cuomo camp is really looking at that Sliwa number. They're looking to see what that bleed is.
That they need him under 15 and preferably under 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they need Sliwa under 10. And so what's their hope? That they can do some shootout of 45% or something?
Yeah, but then they also need the Sliwa people then to move over to Cuomo.
Right. Yeah,
that's the part. That's the part that, they weren't going to win Mamdani voters, they had concluded. So the only thing left, and they clearly had no intention of like doing what Mamdani did, which is juice the turnout and inspire people to get out for Cuomo. And so the only thing left was to try to peel away votes from Sliwa. But as Sliwa quite effectively pointed out throughout the campaign, he hates Cuomo. His supporters hate Cuomo. Cuomo hates them. Cuomo has always hated them. Like, it's been a vicious.
Cuomo did zero reach out to Sliwa people. Like
Cuomo killed their grandmothers. Like he literally, he drove the knife personally into their hearts. Okay, like how could you vote for that man?
And he oversaw the lockdowns in New York. Like
he was awful.
You're gonna vote for Cuomo, like as a Republican?
I mean,
probably mean animals too.
Earlier, I did not. Am I the only person who didn't realize that Trump won 30% of New York City? Like that's actually a lot. That's a lot more than I think a lot of people remember. So it's not like there isn't.
That's why Mamdani came. That's why he came out right away, interviewing all those people who voted for Trump, asking them why.
Or the same time that we did our Trump AOC votership, where there was a huge overlap between the AOC and the Trump voter. I want to give one more point to Sauger on can this happen elsewhere around the country? And something that we really haven't mentioned is the DSA factor here. There are 10,000 DSA members here that were like the blood and the muscle of this campaign. And that doesn't exist in other major cities. Like
Yeah,
LA,
sure,
I think
true.
it's like 2,000 to 3,000 in LA max. Like those numbers are going up because of Mamdani, but like the reason he was able to get so many bodies out in the street is largely because of DSA, which is a uniquely New York factor.
Good point.
yeah, there's
I
also-
mean, it gets to an organization point, and I mean, look, I'm sure we'll be talking about this, for weeks now, because there's going to be a lot of he's not the future, he is the future discourse. There'll be some good cable news clips out of Morning Joe, and all that for the next few
They
weeks.
kind of bent the knee to Mamdani, to be honest with you.
They did, but I see Joe's
and Mika,
feed is
They saw
RT.
the writing on the wall.
Right, but he's retweeting Spanberger. All he wants is to be back at Gracie. Is it Gracie Mansion? Is that right? He wants to be back at Gracie Mansion for dinner. Okay, that's all this guy cares about. At the end of the day, So actually, by the way, Decision Desk just called the race for Zohran Mamdani, which is interesting.
There you go.
Or projects him to win. So I
next
guess
mayor
it's
in New
more of
York.
a question there for. I mean, it's not obviously not official.
Yeah.
I will note in the poly market.
I have
go ahead.
One other result note. Those Pennsylvania Supreme Court races have been called too. So
For the Democrats. Got it.
Democrats won all 3 of those Pennsylvania Supreme Court races. By the way, those Georgia statewide races, it looks like the Democrats are going to win those by like friggin' 25 to 30 points.
Wow.
Like,
Did you just lose, Krystal?
blowout. What's that?
I'm
Are you not
curious
hearing
if there's
us, Ryan?
also I'm curious if there's also data center factors in the Georgia races, which again haven't really been on anybody's radar, but are hyper local. Those are the things that I know that Weigel is going to keep following it, but some of these hyper local concerns are catching Republicans off guard, to be honest, as they digest these results. I don't think anyone had high hopes for this election day within the last 3 to 6 months. I don't think anybody had high hopes, but this might turn out to be, what did Obama say in 2014? A shellacking.
So
That
shellacking.
wasn't even on the level of what they expected.
Yeah, it's Go ahead.
Quickly, Sagar, the polls going around about how we were talking about lesser of two evils dynamics, like people do not like national Democrats. They do not like national Republicans. Democrats had an advantage on RCP's congressional ballot average by just 3 points, but national Democrats, as establishment spent the entire summer freaking out about the David Shore analysis and all of that, Sosnick analysis. They're freaking out. They know that, and they're having this rout. So 2 of those things are happening at the same time, and that's pretty interesting too.
Yeah, I think looking at least right now, I was mentioning about Polymarket, the odds are surging right now for a 10 to 20% margin for Zohran. So not the original kind of blowout scenario that I talked about. That does not preclude winning by 50, to be very clear, just not like 60% or whatever that some of those had been originally projected.
It does make kind of sense if Sliwa's vote total drops,
right,
and you do end up with more or less a Cuomo-Zohran race that's effectively a replay of the Democratic primary. I mean, Zohran beat Cuomo by 12 or 13, I think, in the Democratic primary. So, wouldn't be surprising to see a similar margin. That's what he sits at right now with 36% of the vote in. Ryan, I wanted to get you to talk a little bit about these ballot initiatives in Maine, because I know DropSite did a story on the way that Graham Plattner is using his campaign, doing sort of like a test run of the organizing strength of his campaign. And Mac, you can actually throw my screen while Ryan talks. You could throw my screen back up. We've got some of the results in about 21% of the vote reporting on these main ballot initiatives.
Yeah, so the number one, which is the one that's up here now, would do 2 things. One of them is not that controversial even among Democrats anymore, which is voter ID. Like I think Democrats within a few years are going to be pretty comfortable with just okay, fine, voter ID, especially because their coalition is changing and their demographic is now becoming ones that are more likely to have ID as they become less working class and Republicans become more working class. So the Yes campaign, which is funded by Leonard Leo, two Leonard Leo organizations funneled money to the Republican State Party that then funded this campaign and then wrote the initiative. The main thing they're running on is secure our elections, voter ID. But what it really does is put a huge crimp in absentee voting. And so in Maine, it's very, very common for absentee voting to get used. 40% of votes were cast through mail absentee voting last time. So this would significantly erode that. So what Blattner has done over the last couple weeks is kind of organize his campaign and push it towards defeating this amendment. They did a door knocking campaign. They had in 21. Nathan Bernard at Dropsite did a piece for us. You can go read, but they had 21 different canvassing operations around the state where they had 3,000 volunteers. I think they touched like 40,000 voters. They cut an ad on against it. It was the polling has been kind of neck and neck. It's really 50-50. So it could come down to turnout because it's
and Ryan,
such an off year.
Are they just organizing on that one initiative, or they're organizing around the red flag one as well?
That's the only one they organized around. The others is the other one gun rights, or what was the?
It's basically a red flag law.
Oh, I think everybody's for that. Basically, I think it's like. The Democrats are for that. Obviously, not everybody. Obviously, lots of libertarian Republicans. I think those are a bad idea. But it's interesting that he is not organizing around that one, and that goes to the gun point, where he's more of a pro-gun Democrat, and so while I don't even know where he is on number 2. He did in our interview say he wanted somewhere. Okay,
I saw somewhere that he supported red flag.
But it's interesting that he threw his like organizational support behind the number 1 amendment rather than the number 2.
While we're on the topic of ballot initiatives, can I give a property tax update?
Let's hear it,
Right.
Zohran.
Let's put it up there. Let's put it up there, Mac. There it is. 80% Texans have voted for their own demise. You get what you deserve. Every young person who moved from California to Texas, you deserve this. You deserve this because you didn't come out to vote and you don't follow the news. And the boomers just gave themselves a massive tax cut. All of you are going to be increasing the amount that you pay for your schools while they get tax-free Social Security and free health care paid off of your back in a no-income state. So when your school salaries are $32,000 a year, unpegged to inflation, and no teachers want to stay in the state, and your kids are getting shitty subpar educations, you know exactly who to blame. I can't believe this. 80%. It's insane.
When are these Californians going to start turning this state into a liberal mecca? What's going on?
No, here's the thing, Ryan. They are turning it into California because this is what they already did in California. They already locked their property tax for boomers, and now they're doing the exact same thing. So I'm honestly, I'm disgusted.
How does this affect the comedy mothership? Was that property tax counter factor?
You know, I won't put anyone on blast. I actually did send it to a few prominent Texas comedians asking them to speak out, and they didn't do it. So
that's how you use your platform.
I said, listen, you guys live in Texas. You should say something.
Wait, aren't they going to make up the revenue? Didn't your governor say that he's going to institute a 100% tax on New Yorkers?
No, 100% tariff on New Yorkers moving to Texas. I'm sure that will find its way to the schools, and it won't find its way to some bullshit, like some corrupt Ken Paxton scandal.
You don't tariff a person.
So I'm sure that it won't find its way into Ken Paxton's bank account.
Not after 1864.
God, okay, that's fine. Listen, you guys, you get everything you deserve when you're all paying $50,000 a year to attend, Texas A&M's sub campus in Corpus Christi. Don't fucking come crying to me. We're not bailing you out. All right. And for every boomer that voted for this, screw you. All right, we can move on.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Let's just take a moment to. I have to borrow a joke from a friend of the show who looked at Ryan and Griffin's live shot and referred to it as Night at the Roxbury DSA edition.
That's accurate.
Look at these two.
Yeah.
Look at these two handsome gentlemen. Ryan's haircut, Griffin's suit.
While we're talking about how handsome we are, why don't we step back and show us where we are for just a second for the stream here. We are in the beautiful Brooklyn Paramount Theater. It's beginning to fill up with people here. We're going to have a pretty good angle on the speech and the crowd. And we got Abby Phillips behind us right now, CNN, I believe.
Huge.
Abby Phillips,
we're in a prime time spot. Ryan is getting lots of attention.
Naomi Klein says hello.
Naomi Klein, do you want to say anything?
Hi, Naomi. What's up?
Thanks for coming on.
We need some happiness. We need some joy. We're going to get it. Yeah.
Were you out on the streets today?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I mean, a lot of people were very happy to have voted. We were, I was canvassing with Jews for Zohran.
Excellent.
we actually went back to the Grand Army Plaza where we had this big action a year and a half ago outside Chuck Schumer's house, the Seder in the Streets.
Uh-huh.
And I had given a speech then, and I had said to Chuck that the kids are with us now. And
what did he say?
the kids just elected
Yeah.
Zohran Mamdani.
The kids are with you, I think.
What did Chuck say to that?
This whole movement and this generational divide that is ruptured over the genocide is a huge part of why it's possible for Zohran to be elected, which he will be. I know he hasn't been yet, but yeah. I mean, and the other thing that I tried to convey in the canvassing I've been doing the past couple of days is just like, even though these disgusting ads are all about fear of Mamdani, it's actually fear of the coalition. It's actually fear of the possibility, what becomes possible when people connect across divides. So that was my I feel that, yeah.
Were regular people coming up to you, or were you mostly just going to the doors you were supposed to do?
We were outside of a polling place, like a voting place. So people were talking to people as they went in, as they came out. Yeah. I mean, people who voted for Zohran were very happy to talk about how they voted for him or were going to vote for him. People who didn't were like,
fair enough.
I didn't get into any arguments.
Excellent.
What about you? What did you see today?
I have only been here for a couple hours, but everybody I talked to was like, oh yeah, I vote for that guy, or I voted for that person, or just regular people on the street.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
and they were saying I think he's going to win by a lot. They were pretty.
I hope so. Yeah.
Am I correct in saying Chuck Schumer said he didn't say who he voted for in the?
Say who he voted for.
Who do you think he voted for?
I think he fucking voted for Cuomo.
Yeah, I think no doubt about it.
Yeah,
I think so
he
too.
should resign. I mean, if New York overwhelmingly elects Zohran,
What do you think he did?
he's supposed to represent the city, right?
What do you think he did that Bernie didn't do? He managed to basically change the electorate and bring people out and excite people who hadn't been involved in politics before. Bernie didn't quite pull that off in 2020. Why do you think? Is it because it's a concentrated media market and he was able to reach more people more directly? Going from state to state in the primary caucus system, it's you go to a state, you have no idea there's an election going on, and it's just all of a sudden on a random day on August 5th or whatever.
He would be the first person to say that he is part of a lineage and part of a movement that what he's doing wouldn't have been possible without Bernie. I think that part of what it means to not be the first to try is that there was more of a sense of play, more of a sense of actual joy, having fun. And I think the fact that people in New York channeled all of their fear and rage about Trump into electing Mamdani and doing it in the spirit of being not just anti-fascist, but the antithesis of fascism, in terms of fascists want uniformity, fascists want this intense discipline, and the whole campaign was about celebrating the cultural and linguistic diversity of the city. It was this love letter to the city. It was about hey, let's not be afraid of cities. They're actually kind of incredible. They can be better, yes, but they're amazing. And there's, I think, in the face of so much anti-urban rhetoric coming from Trump, it was really about time for New York to fall back in love with itself.
It really did come across that Zohran loves New York City. And it really also looked like Andrew Cuomo really dislikes New York City.
Yeah, and all the billionaires who were threatening to leave, also.
Right, vote for us or we're going to leave. It's not
have no commitment to this place. And whereas his whole campaign was I love this city enough that I'd like to be able to afford it and stay with my family and stay with my community and friends. It's the polar opposite messages. So I love that, fuck, the people who want to blast themselves into outer space and build their bunkers and just extract from cities and extract from humans. It was so sharp, that delineation. So I think it was different. Yeah. But
Curtis
on
Sliwa
that,
too. He seems to authentically love New York. We'll give
I like a true New York character.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
So,
good to see you guys.
Nice to see you too. We'll be around.
Yeah. Have a great. All right. First interview down.
All right, there we
Love
go.
that. Well done, boys.
Nice
Naomi
work.
Klein. for Jews for Zohran. That's her
I've got
canvassing group.
I've got an interesting tweet here from Chris LaCivita. Is that how you say his name? LaCivita, Trump campaign manager. So he says a bad candidate and bad campaign have consequences. The Virginia governor's race is example number one.
That's
so.
cool.
That's the Cope. We've got our first Trump World Cope here. Breaking news.
Oh, that's
Look,
so
guys,
funny.
Everyone just be honest. This was a disaster night for the Republicans. All right.
And
it was
two
an
things can be
absolute
true at the
disaster.
same time.
Yeah.
What sucks?
Yeah,
true.
that's true. You're right, Emily. But it's also like at a certain point, like we all just need to just be honest here. Like it was an absolute, like it's not just shellacking. Like it was an ass kicking. And
Yeah, what's
like,
the theory?
they need to wake the fuck up.
What?
I believe she's
Wake the fuck up in which way?
Well, I think what they need
How do
to
they wake up?
I think they need to wake up in a variety of ways. Number one is shut down healthcare, snap, tariffs. I think the tariffs, the chaos that initially happened under Doge, people don't feel like the country is in control. I think with Trump in particular, he's making the presidency into like a mockery in terms of his own like personal whims, from tariffs to, whatever, the pardon power to whatever, the golden Oval Office, the ballroom, the entire focus on that. Nothing seems to be entirely focused on actually making people's lives better. And I think that, if you check the timeline, distant Republicans are being a little honest about this. They're like, I'm seeing them just talk about the fact that low propensity voters not showing up. And it's very clear where the midterm elections and all of that is going to be trending. And the White House, like, they just completely have their heads up their ass, because I saw Scott Bessent today be like, Trumponomics is working. Like, this is the greatest economy. Inflation is down. And I'm just like, dude, what, this just sounds, how can we have lived through a world where we all made fun of Bidenomics, which we all did here on this show, as I recall. Right. And
I was just talking to a source literally about this.
It's like they're doing the same playbook. And the problem for Trump is that, the problem for the Republicans too, is Trump is so petty, is that he will attack anybody who tries to wake up the White House on this very message. And look, shit is literally falling out of the sky. There was a huge plane crash this evening. We don't know the exact cause. Like, I'm not going to say, but it's pretty hard not to at least get a little worried when there's a huge government shutdown. And the Secretary of Transportation just said today that next week, if there's no shutdown, or if there's no end to the shutdown, that they're going to have to close vast swaths of U.S. airspace. By the way, like, Thanksgiving, am I the only guy who's like, shit, maybe I should cancel my flight for Thanksgiving? The airport that I would have flown out of has a 3.5 hour line. Like, these are all things where your life is not getting better, like at a very tangible level. And yeah, no shit, people show up to vote and are angry about that. So you've got the cost of living, you've got the immigration stuff, in terms of, again, chaos, people not feeling like stuff is under control. You have Trump himself basically using like national power as a vehicle for like his own literal like personal whims or whatever he wants. And then you put all that stuff together, and yeah, it's not a shocker why people are going to come out to vote. Like, it's just the routine is tired. It no longer has the political juice that it all once had when shit's falling apart. So that's my.
They also have a fine candidate in New Jersey. So this is a hilarious poll. They have a fine candidate in New Jersey.
Absolutely.
They by the way, they also did all, like, last year, people were very excited about Winston Sears running, and she's about to take the stage behind me right now.
And guys, I want to bring our attention back to the New York City mayor's race. So on the one hand, Decision Desk HQ has called it. On the other hand, Michael Lang, who is a great analyst, he just tweeted 1 minute ago, with each ballot drop from election day votes, Cuomo is narrowing Mamdani's lead. Mamdani leads by 8%. With 1.17 million votes recorded. Don't call the race. There are 1 million+ ballots left.
Wow.
So New York City mayor's race may be pretty
nail
close.
Biter?
Might be a nail biter.
What do you bet that then?
See if we can find Michael Lang.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing that's pretty clear here is I think Trump's gambit helped. It helped Cuomo, because it looks like those Sliwa voters did decide to ditch him, and he is dramatically underperforming his polls, and did decide to ditch him and vote for Cuomo instead. when Trump said this is the guy and you've got to do it, you know, and he's threatening the city. If you don't, we're going to take your funds, etc. I mean, it appears that the president's intervention may have had a positive impact for Cuomo here at the end of the day.
Seeing the early results with Sliwa only at 8 really told me that there was some bleed, that there was some transfer of voters to Cuomo.
What are we looking at
now?
Moments? Like what? You want to put the latest up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to just put his tweet up there, Krystal? Do you want to just put that up?
Well, let me just put the actual numbers up so you guys can see it. Hold on. Okay, Mac, if you can go ahead and share that screen.
It also begs the question: what would this look like in a one-on-one if Slee was completely out of the race?
Well, that's true too. I mean, this is looking like Zohran, you know, may win it, but it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be a landslide. It's not going to be over 50%. That's what it's looking like. Now,
but that's 60% of the vote, right, Krystal? And there's 1.3 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, where are those votes coming from? What's still out? You know, or is it still a lot of Brooklyn that's out? You know, these districts in Brooklyn have only 9% reporting and 12% reporting and less than 1% reporting in Greenpoint. So maybe there's a lot out still in Brooklyn. You can see overall 60%. You know, in the first tranche that came in was the early vote. The early vote was strongly for Zohran. As the day of votes come in, that seems to be going pretty well for Cuomo. So, like I said, Decision Desk HQ has already called it, but I haven't seen any other outlets do it. And Michael Lang is a very good, in-depth analyst, and he's saying, "Hey, this thing is not over yet. So we definitely got to keep our eye on it."
We're going to grab Michael right now. You guys talk. We're going to grab Michael. So
I can note this. You know, right now Zohran is at 100% on Polymarket. So I don't think it's in dispute, at least from the betting markets. And there's some $500,000 that are in here right now as to whether he's going to win. I guess it's about a narrower margin.
What is the margin?
Yeah. And so, I mean, I don't know then. I mean, you know, we had a whole discussion earlier. That would be a little bit detrimental if it is like a shootout with Cuomo and you barely are able to pull it out. If it's like some 1% or something like that. So I don't know. I mean, it actually, I would be a little stressed out about that if I were him.
Yeah, well, I mean, the things we were saying are true, that the larger the margin of victory, the more of a mandate, the more likely he's going to be to accomplish his political goals and, you know, implement the promises that he made on the campaign trail. The other thing is, you know, if you've got a situation where you can basically say, oh, well, if we didn't have Sliwa in the race serving as a spoiler, then this would have been a totally different result.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of cope that will be coming from the Cuomo and the actually, yeah, wow. I mean, I have to reprocess all this in real time. But, you know, if you're Chuck Schumer and if Curtis Sliwa is able to basically if Curtis Sliwa is allegedly the spoiler, right, Ryan? If you're there, Ryan, you can jump in with me. I think otherwise I'm the only person on the stream. Nobody wants to hear from just me. But you know, broadly, whenever I think about it, is that.
Sorry, the dog was like breaking down the door.
No worries. Yeah, mine is sitting over there, and she's like, "You're gonna take me?" She's like, "You're not usually up at this time. What are you doing?" You know. I don't know, Krystal. I mean, I think, wow. I mean, I really do have to reprocess things just in terms of if it is let's say 1%, that is a huge boon to Chuck Schumer. Like that, if I'm Schumer, I would run again because then everyone can just say if it was a shootout between Cuomo and Zohran, then Cuomo would have won. Even though I'm not, you know, 100% that that's necessarily true, but that's definitely one thing. And it will definitely lessen any of the potential power, you know, that he would have let's say, in Albany. So we don't really know a lot just yet.
Let's, Mac, you can reshare my screen actually and put the results back up there. We did get another tranche here that puts Zohran back at 50%.
Yeah.
So, you know, which is also so far the day of votes have been going for Cuomo. This indicate, you know, increased his lead here a bit. Looks a bit better for him, but in any case, it's not, you know, it's not totally, there's still some drama here.
That is really honestly,
Okay.
wow.
Let's-
Late election twist.
I think we could say there's drama just to keep people watching. But where are these where is 150,000 Cuomo voters coming from to like close this gap?
To Lang's point,
you probably
Ryan,
still
there's
have
1.5 million. There's over 2 million votes cast. Couple 100,000 if they broke in that same.
They'd have to break like 70-30. Like you guys in the chat go do the math. But yeah, like Cuomo would have to win like 70 to 75% of the votes, from here on out. If let's say there's 2.2 million or so, because we're now looking at we're almost at 1. I'm doing the math in my head, but they total it up right there, 1.56 million.
Yeah.
So there's another, let's say 700,000 to be super generous.
Yeah.
And he would have to win those, 350 to 250. Or I guess 400 to 300 he'd lose. So
MSNBC just projected Zohran as the winner as well.
Right. So
I don't think there's Cuomo votes that are out there. I don't think that. I think that's what. To Ryan's point, I don't think Cuomo's going to win. We were all kind of in this. We're all in margin watch. I think right now.
I also
think 50%.
It's hard to, and maybe he can win the remaining 600,000 votes and narrow it. I'd be surprised if he did. Election day does favor him. It's an older. That's an older electorate, and it's a more traditional electorate. So, he is expected to do better on election day than he is.
Sorry, one second. Mac, can you load those religious stats in there? That's, well, I'll let the results speak for themselves. But Mac is going to load in some religious results from some NBC News exit polls, and they actually broke it down. So I'll read from some of them as Mac starts to load some of them up. But they have for Protestant. Yep, here we go. So Protestant, Christian, 41% there from Mamdani. Catholic, 30% Mamdani. Jewish, they have actually 60% Andrew Cuomo. Other, so I'm assuming like atheist and or none, overwhelming there for Zohran Mamdani. So, maybe Trump's gambits and all of that propaganda campaign actually may have worked to a limited extent. At the same time, you have 30% of the electorate, which is going to vote there for Zohran. I also would personally really like to see the demographic breakdown, which is obviously a point that we've made here multiple times on the show. But there you go. You can see the results there a little bit for you can see a little bit of the results there for yourselves in terms of the demographic breakdown. I think there was a borough breakdown. No, we don't have that. We do have the borough breakdown. Matt, can you load that in there? We just got the link from MJ in our chat, and maybe we can take a little bit of a look here at the boroughs. You, Krystal, as a former New Yorker, you're gonna have to explain this stuff to the audience because it doesn't mean as much to me about the Bronx and maybe whatever some of the standouts there might actually be.
Well, I mean,
you can be our whisperer.
Zohran's strongest borough will be Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn is very young, gentrified, like also very diverse, then the next best borough for him will be Queens, which is extremely very diverse, all kinds of immigrants from all over the world, lot of Asians, just a very vibrant immigrant communities there. Next, I don't know if Bronx or Manhattan will be better for him. Manhattan, you've got wealthier individuals, whiter, wealthier, Upper West Side, Upper East Side should be places that Cuomo does well. You've got a significant Jewish population there as well that I'm sure he's courting. Bronx is pretty mixed, but you've got some very low income areas. You've got some heavily Black areas there. And then Staten Island. It's very Republican. This will be Sliwa / Cuomo kind of stronghold. All the Jersey Shore people, remember from that reality show, those were like Staten Island people. So, by the way, my sister-in-law lives there, and I love her dearly. I'll
be honest, I loved that show. Hey, I think the AP just called it for Zohran. So there you go. Officially going to be the mayor of New York City. So we are all on we are all on margin watch. I don't know. Maybe no offense to Mr. Lang, but he might have been a bit premature in that, because clearly the AP and others are saying that there's not enough votes left in the electorate for him not to win. It does look like,
and his
he's
margin
holding
is
strong
actually
at 50%.
improving now.
Yeah, he's holding
now he's
strong.
up at 50.4% on the New York Times website. So, so I think he's got a pretty good shot to have about a 10-point margin and be up over 50%, which is, the fact, I think him being,
I think
them
they're
not
trying to
having
play
a
something
talking
for us,
point.
Krystal. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that sounds like
What are we
victory
looking
night.
at, Zohran?
I think it's guys in the Zohran party reacting to the fact that the AP is calling the race.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what it is.
That's what you're hearing.
This is the crowd fired up at the news that the AP has called it for Mamdani, which this was truly like an improbable run from launching in last fall at one generously at 1%, and then expected to get beaten in the primary, to now at before 10 o'clock, 9:38 p.m. to have the AP calling it,
having it called
for Mamdani. There were even as I was walking around today, people were saying maybe they'll call it at 9:03. They were hoping for such a landslide that they could call it immediately. 9:38 is not bad.
9:38 is great
for a seriously contested election. And now we can all be, I think, happy for Andrew Cuomo, who's put out of his misery. Like, he was utterly miserable all through the primary and then into the general. I want to thank whoever pushed him to run in the general, because I appreciate when Andrew Cuomo suffers, and so they only extended his suffering for an extra several months.
Getting to have 2 separate Andrew Cuomo complete humiliations is really more than we could have possibly asked for.
What have we done to deserve this? We don't even deserve this. And yet here we are.
Here we are. It is a glorious thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's give the guy credit where it's due. He came out of nowhere. Whenever Ryan and Emily interviewed him, I was like, they're wasting their time. This guy doesn't have a chance, right? I'll be honest, that was my thought.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah,
I
was like,
what do you think
what
it'll be Cuomo by 40?
Yeah, I said that. I was like, Cuomo by 40. That's my own personal disdain for some liberals. But look, they bucked their party establishment. They had a fascinating campaign. They got national attention. They slayed the Israel shibboleth in the New York City and in probably national Democratic politics, and that deserves credit. People who are able to come from nowhere, who are basically my age, and be political entrepreneurs, that's something. You can't ignore that, in the U.S. But in a lot of ways, now the real work begins. You've got New York Post and all the other people allied against you. You have Albany, who is going to be watching that margin very closely. You have, a president, a White House, a Republican establishment. You're the new AOC. Every single thing that you do is going to be a chyron on Fox News. You're going to be one of the most scrutinized people in the world. Your margin for error is 0. Really, whenever it comes to midterm ads, every Republican is going to be running. You're going to be the new Nancy Pelosi in terms of the boogeyman for a lot of different places. So you ascend to a new mantle, and but at the same time, you deserve credit. You always deserve credit for a win. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy to do this. You're going to be the mayor of the biggest city in the United States of America. That's a big deal. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. And, we saw, remember what happened with India Walton in Buffalo, where she mounts this improbable campaign. She takes out the corrupt incumbent, but the corrupt incumbent decides to run again in the general election. Just like Andrew Cuomo, not that he's the incumbent in New York City, but, is this prevailing power in the state. And so being able to overcome that, to win in the general election is quite extraordinary, and looking like he's going to have a shot to, hit that 50% mark, which means they can't say that Sliwa was just a spoiler. And if it had been him versus Cuomo, it would have gone differently. Kyle has arrived for us to do actual champagne socialism here, guys. He's got some champagne we're.
Let's bring in Lyle.
What's the brand of that?
Lyle?
Stop doxing. Stop it. Stop doxing. The dog is also
Jesse Waters' brother.
Krystal, I will say the one The one thing is we do not condone alcohol use on this podcast, as you've always stood with me firmly.
It's a special occasion. It's not every night that a Democratic Socialist wins in New York City.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We never condone alcohol use here on Breaking Points. But anyways, yeah, I mean, look, it's crazy. You guys are breaking up,
Yes.
Griffin and Ryan. Just in.
We're breaking up.
Just
3 minutes,
a heads up.
I have a little report from Sears, if we're interested.
Yeah, what you
Sure.
got, Em?
Go ahead, Emily.
Well, Winsome Earl Sears just gave a very clumsy, awkward concession speech to a crowd of about 100. I've seen bigger crowds at the primary victory parties. It's pretty brutal. She gave what seemed more than anything like a self-help speech. It was shot through with religion.
We have a guest, so sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, go for it.
Hey, can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right,
Yeah, we hear you.
Let's bring her up. Former gubernatorial candidate,
I'll hold the mic for you.
Cynthia Nixon. Welcome to the Drop Site and Breaking Point stream. So were you out canvassing today?
I was in rehearsal today, but my wife was canvassing in Washington Heights.
What accounts for this victory?
What accounts for this victory is Zohran Mamdani, who is a once-in-a-generation leader, and the movement that he has built, 90,000 volunteers, but also that we have finally found a way to show the Democratic Party we can actually offer an alternative to MAGA that makes us the party of working people again, and not just saying vote for us, we're not Donald Trump, but actually vote for us because we're offering you concrete things that are going to make your lives better.
One thing that he seemed to do in the immediate wake of the primary was consolidate a lot of the institutional Democratic support in a way that was almost surprising. Like the labor unions and others who Cuomo had kind of had a stranglehold on for a very long time. He was able to say, no, I won the primary. And what did he do, as far as you understand, to be able to do that? Because if those institutional forces stay on the sidelines and then move over to Cuomo, maybe you have a different race.
I mean, I wish that the leaders of the Democratic Party did that, but I think in terms of the unions and that more institutional support, I think they got into a room with Zohran and they watched what he was able to do in the primary. They watched how he was able to mobilize and inspire people, going from 2%, almost no name recognition, against a multi-term dynastic governor. And I think, people are skeptical about Zohran. It's hard to be skeptical once you get into a room with him and you talk to him.
Kathy Hochul said recently that she heard the people at the rally saying tax the rich, but it's going to take more than one energetic rally to change her mind. What is it going to take to change her mind? Because he's going to need her in order to get a lot of his agenda done, but I would assume that she's going to need him as well.
Yes, I think that Zohran, needs all of us to make his platform a reality. But I think it's very important to the older generation of Democrats to actually see the writing on the wall and seeing finally we have a way of offering people something that is going to invigorate the party. And I think you ignore the writing on the wall at your peril.
Did you, last thing from Ben, then when you were watching the campaign, was there anything where you were like, damn, wish I'd have done that?
No. I mean, you can't compare me and Zohran. You just
different ball game.
Totally. Yeah.
We had another question from another team member. Emily asked, do you think audiences respond to Gilded Age like they respond to Zohran? The parallels between that time and now?
I mean, I think the thing about the Gilded Age, it's a beautiful show, and it shows a lot of the glitter of the Gilded Age. And I think we're living in another Gilded Age. And I think that Zohran is laying bare kind of the horrors of an era like the Gilded Age that we're living in now, where there is so much income inequality and people cannot put food on the table or get health care.
Right. Well, Cynthia Nixon, thank you. So last one, definitely last.
Okay.
Because I remember you were also at AOC's 2018
Yes.
primary night victory. How do you compare that night to the Zohran's primary night to this night?
I think it feels very the same. I think it's all in a line. And I think, the granddaddy of us all is Bernie Sanders, and we are all Bernie Sanders children. And I think AOC's victory was improbable and magical in the same way that Zohran's is. And I think that we are just going to keep going.
Thank you so much.
Back to y'all.
Oh my God,
Big get.
I'm so starstruck, guys.
Zohran and Emily
Holy
both
shit.
fangirling so hard.
Yeah, I love the Gilded Age. I self-identify as a Miranda. Seeing her on our screen, I was like, holy shit. I was like, I can't believe this. I love you, Cynthia. I know you can't hear me. I love you. Thank you for all the great memories.
I want to pick up on the AOC point, because I think it's an important one. And that question you asked is something we talked about during the primary as well. When AOC won this improbable victory against Democratic leader, basically caught him napping, right? Turnout was low. They didn't take her seriously. She comes out of nowhere and she wins, right? We thought that was, that's when Kyle is launching Justice Democrats. Like, you had the Bernie movement. Like, we thought that was the moment that I believe now actually is. And the reason that I think that things are different and more for ground for the Zohrans, the Graham Platners, the Abdul Al-Sayeds, the Shoaib Chakrabartis, these sorts of candidates across the country is because the Democratic base is in a very different place now. They are disgusted with Democratic leadership in a way they've never been before. They're done being told. Jay Jones is an example of this. Like, oh, that you can't have that candidate. They did something naughty. We have to cancel. They're done with that, right? That's not happening anymore. And they see that the people who are actually really fighting Trump in this moment tend to be from the Bernie AOC wing of the party. They also see that the status quo mode of politics is what has enabled Trump's rise and allowed him to retake the White House. So, that's why I say I think now is actually a much more fertile moment for candidates like Zohran, not just in New York City, but in, Democratic primaries across the country. And he's a real canary in the coal mine of kind of what's possible. I think he's going to inspire a lot of people, not just in the city, but across the country to say, hey, if he can pull this off, such an improbable victory, like maybe I could do it. Maybe this candidate here, maybe I should believe in this candidate. Maybe I should get behind them. In that way, he truly is a game changer and an indication of the times we're living in.
Yeah, look, Zohran is
next, if you go for it, Sagar, but then we've got another guest.
Last comment from me, and I'll hop off. I think Krystal is right. I think if you are a progressive leftist, you should celebrate. A lot of your arguments against the Democratic establishment not only have power at this moment, but you now have an electoral feather in your cap that you can point to. That's an important thing that has eluded the wing of the party now for many years. And a lot of the ways you have, actual small d Democratic legitimacy. And you do have, a playbook. Like I've said, I'm not saying he's the model, I think, for Democrats across the country. But the way that you're able to win is one that has now been validated in a major Democratic race. And so if you're a Democrat in any place in the country, especially in a blue state, you should be paying attention to that. And in particular, I think what you really need to learn from this campaign is how many of the shibboleths and the norms and the arguments of old are slayed. And we are living in the Trump Zohran era now, right? And whatever that is. And to Cynthia Nixon's to point, and now we can have a real shoot off. We can solve, I think, some of the existential questions of our time, which we're not capable. We're calling back to our Dick Cheney discussion earlier, in which everybody, it recalls the George Carlin line, like it's a big club and you're not in it. And I think that club, is taking a big beating tonight. And so, yeah, I think that's my major takeaway. If anything else, has anybody anything else before I go?
I just think that's a really optimistic,
awesome.
like a rare optimistic take. So it's pretty.
I tried to find some optimism today. I was feeling very black-pilled earlier. I started reading about these sewer socialists, and look, I'm not I'm not a socialist. I mean, Cynthia, I'm just glowing, obviously. From Cynthia.
Got a big guest coming up.
Okay, I'll see you guys later.
All right, thank you, Sagar.
I'll see you all on.
Sagar.
I guess I'll see you on Thursday's show.
All right, so we've got the number man himself, Michael, here, who'll be on. This right there. Do you want me to hold the mic?
I can do it. Hey,
Right.
folks.
You guys
Took me
hear-
a while
Hey,
to
what's
find you
up?
guys. How's it going?
How you doing?
Oh wait, you
Michael
have an
Lang.
RFB. You can actually hear us.
Yes, he can. You can hear him.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhat faintly, but yes.
So Michael freaked us out earlier.
didn't
Didn't
mean to
freak
scare
me
you
out
guys.
actually.
Okay.
I was like, wait, hold on a second. No. What's going on here? So what I'd love to hear from you is, and then whatever questions you guys have, is can you walk us through some of the neighborhoods? Like, like I think the Upper West Side. Actually, should we start in Dan Goldman's district because people really care about that?
I'll
Do you have
dig
that?
into- I don't have. I don't have the
Tell me what
congressional
you
numbers.
got. I don't want to
So-
do a pop quiz on you.
Cuomo basically eroded all of Cuomo or Curtis Sliwa's support and took it. Sliwa's at right now 7%. I think Sliwa's only won like
So
2
these
precincts
Sliwa
of
voters
those.
really went over to
They
Cuomo.
really did. They really did. And I would
I'm
say
eating my pundit sock.
Right.
I don't like. How is that possible?
and I would say very large numbers. And Cuomo did run it up in a lot of the parts of the city that are more Republican or more moderate, and he also did, and I would say like relatively Zionist neighborhoods, like parts of the Upper East Side, parts of the Upper West Side, very wealthy parts of the city. I think also the big story too is that Mamdani really improved his performance with Black and Hispanic New Yorkers from the primary, and that's a huge reason why he's now on course to pass 50%, to win by 10%, because when that election day vote was coming in, the lead was dropping, but then it got down to 8 and it held, and then with more drops, he kind of built it back up. And the election day electorate in New York is very blue collar, very working class, very concentrated in the outer boroughs. So I think
So he was saved by Black and brown New Yorkers.
I would say so, and I mean that improvement I think did him a world of good. Certainly.
Do you guys have any questions about the city layout? Otherwise, do you know like what we're looking at in particular neighborhoods yet? Do you want me to hold this?
Yeah, sure. I don't have the numbers specifically, but for instance,
I got it.
in Dan Goldman's congressional district, Cuomo won like 2 or 3 precincts in all of the Brooklyn side, right? And I think when this is all tallied up, Mamdani will be well over 70% there, right? So I think,
So wait, Cuomo won 2 or 3 precincts?
in all of the Brooklyn side of Dan Goldman's district. He did a little better in the Manhattan side. The results, frankly, citywide are very similar to the primary, with, again, kind of that change being the Republican
So
electorate.
Mamdani won Goldman's district?
Overwhelmingly, yes.
Okay,
I
so
would say
and
close
this-
to 40 or 50
And this
points.
matters because Brad Lander,
Yes.
who is
here,
yes,
Yes,
and
who's
we'll hopefully get him on the stream. I
Right.
can't text anybody with his phone.
I know.
The
I'm
service
sorry.
is dead in
Folks,
here.
it took me forever to get here. I'm sorry.
But Brad Lander is rumored to be and expected, in fact. Do you have any insight into this? He's running, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's running. All right, there we
yeah,
go.
Certainly. And I think that Brad Lander is, if you could almost like build a perfect candidate for that district, he would be that.
And Brad Lander very much helped Mamdani in the primary. Without him,
yes.
you know,
And
maybe you don't get it.
And I think there
Anyway,
were,
so with
Yeah.
Zohran support, Dan Goldman, the heir to Levi Strauss, could be ousted in a primary.
I definitely think so. And the coalition that went to bat for Zohran very aggressively is super strong in that district. And I think also that Brad Lander can especially speak to the war in Gaza and Israel-Palestine in a way that will make liberals, progressives in that district really kind of come to his side. And also,
And then-
Dan Goldman's, frankly, as someone who lives in New York, he has a reputation as an absentee congressman.
Shockingly.
Interesting.
What about Richie Torres's district?
Well, Mamdani certainly. Here, do you mind holding this for a second? Mamdani certainly improved there, in terms of compared to the primary. The South Bronx was an area that everyone's cheering.
Looks like somebody else is calling it for Mamdani.
Yeah. Well, maybe
we're
they saw
going to
my-
cheer every
maybe
time.
They saw my late tweet. Yeah. Who
Yes.
knows? So the South Bronx was an area that I would say Mamdani, I would say he struggled in the primary, but it was like Cuomo winning 55, 60%. That's entirely reversed now. These are all precincts that went for Mamdani, but that also swung very pronounced to the right kind of last year. The bulwark, though, of Richie Torres and also Cuomo in this case is kind of this very leafy neighborhood on the banks of the Hudson called Riverdale. It's historically Jewish, but I would also say that it's not like it's a liberal Zionist Jewish per se.
Right.
And that Cuomo, you can see those blocks from space. They more resemble Westchester County than the rest of the Bronx, but I don't particularly, much to maybe the dismay of the listeners, I don't really think that Richie Torres is vulnerable. But I think that Dan Goldman will lose.
All right, you heard it here.
What about Hakeem Jeffries' district?
Oh, that's a great question. Do you mind holding this? So I actually think that a huge reason why Zohran is on course to win is because, he won Jeffries' district in the primary, but he's significantly improved on his performance there in the general, right?
Because of the Hakeem Jeffries endorsement in the last minute.
It must be the Hakeem bump, right?
The brave endorsement, in the words of John Stewart, is because I would say working low income and also middle class Black neighborhoods, which kind of anchor most of the district beyond kind of gentrifying Bedford-Stuyvesant. Mamdani improved a lot. Like it's a sea of blue there, and these again were places that Cuomo was winning 60, 70, almost 80% in the primary in some cases, and they came out for Zohran regardless of their class status, their home ownership status, whether they were Afro-Caribbean or African-American. And again, big part of why he's going to be the next mayor of New York City.
And so what about some of the east, last one, sorry, like the Eastern Queens, like the Black middle class, upper middle class homeowners that have kind of bedeviled progressive campaigns in the past? How did he do this time?
He did, again, market improvement there, won almost all of the precincts. The only blocks he didn't win is this development. It's called Rochdale Village, where I think 80% of the electorate is over 60. So again, the big kind of divide, as you could call it, in the Black community in New York in terms of supporting Mamdani is very large.
So under 60.
Yeah, it's very focused on age, and I think, and also, but his performance in Southeast Queens, which again, the epicenter of Black home ownership in New York, hurt hard by the 2008 recession, things like that. He did very well.
Well, I was going to ask, when we first talked to Zohran last November after Donald Trump did fairly well in New York City, he told us he had been out in the Bronx, he had been out in Queens talking to Trump voters and trying to sway Trump voters. So I guess that's a fairly interesting question tonight. Does Zohran bring maybe these are people who voted Obama, Trump, and now are voting for Mamdani. Is there any evidence of just such a voter?
Yeah, I remember that interview. I still think about it. My father was like, wow, he wears a lot of rings. I think Zohran succeeded tremendously in terms of, I think, bringing Hispanic and Asian voters who, again, people would say lower propensity or whatnot, right? But that came out last year, cast write-in ballots, cast ballots for Trump, very disillusioned with the political system. He delivered on that to a good extent in the primary, but tonight I think he really delivered on that. Again, if you would kind of compare a map of where New York City shifted most to the right, it was in very immigrant neighborhoods. And if you overlaid that map with these results here, you would see a lot of, I don't want to say crossover support because the electorate's not quite the same, but you would see a lot of, I think, again, I'm really interested in getting into the data. I think you will have blocks where he got more votes than Kamala Harris. But again, some of these more
hold your mic up, Michael.
Particularly,
yeah, there you go.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Also, we're bumping you for a second. We want you to do some analysis and come back, but we're going to be joined now by India Walton, who ran for Buffalo mayor.
Getting bumped.
Oh, we already brought her up.
Won the Democratic primary. Can we borrow your bud here?
Yeah, sorry.
India.
Only the safest hygiene standards here on Breaking Points.
Thank you, Michael. Bye.
All right.
Hi.
Hello.
Right, so here we are joined.
I already brought you up in this stream, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been
Nice
talking about you already.
Nice
Go ahead,
to meet
Krystal.
you.
You want to give the context for what you were talking about?
Yeah, so we were just recalling that, previously those of us on the left got really super excited when you were able to win the Democratic primary against an entrenched corrupt incumbent. And then he decides he's going to make a corrupt deal with the Republicans and run in the general election and is able to succeed there. And a lot of us had the same nightmare of that happening in this race as well, knowing that Cuomo would be able to run in the general if he wanted to. So just love to hear, your reflections on what you went through and the parallels you saw here and what you think Zohran was able to do to overcome those odds.
Sure. I think that from the beginning, Zohran and the Mamdani campaign got ahead of the messaging. And I think that the line about democratic socialism was not as much as a negative as it was a learning opportunity for many voters. And the energy has just been incredible. I've been here since Thursday, knocking doors and talking to voters. And I think that we have understood, and the lesson that we learned from our race in 2021 is that getting progressives elected, especially DSA candidates, is going to be a national movement where we all have to be involved and bring our resources to get our folks in position. So it's an incredible feeling.
Do you feel like India too, like the moment is a little bit different? This is something we were just talking about, like the Democratic base, the kind of normie Democratic base has been radicalized in Trump 2.0, both by what they see happening from the administration, also the failures that they see from Democratic Party leadership. And I wonder if you sense that as well from your vantage point.
I don't think it's a radicalization, right? Like, I think it's a normalization. I think that we are seeing that what is being normalized by the right is Islamophobia, is racism, is classism. And what we are seeing among progressives is the normalization of prioritizing working class people, which should have been the priority of the Democrats all along. So I think that we're seeing the normalization of our talking points and what actually works to win voters. And I'm so proud of this campaign and everything that's been done here in New York City tonight.
How did you? Oh, no, I was just going to ask about like questions regarding why this feels different from 2020 or those other years in terms of like police, in terms of talking about kind of culture war issues. Because I think the pushback might be that Mamdani on some of those kind of learned lessons of elections past. And I don't know whether or not that's accurate. Just sort of wondering if you saw any of that at play as he took on Cuomo both in the primary and tonight by relentlessly hammering the question of affordability.
Yeah, I think Buffalo and New York are two very different places, right? Like the demographics, and what I want people to know about Buffalo is like it's still very patriarchal, parochial, misogynistic, and racist. And I think the diversity of New York City was in the favor of Zohran. Like, he was a great candidate. He's so on point and he was so sharp on every single issue. But also, like, this is a place that was like right for the moment. And I do believe that like perhaps I was a little bit ahead of my time, but we're gonna keep trying. We're gonna keep trying in mid-sized cities like all over the country because we know that this messaging works and this is what the people want.
What's been the fallout in Buffalo since that election? Like,
I don't think there's been a fallout, right? There's been like sort of a fall back to the status quo and like what they've been doing for like ever. But I think that this gives me a lot of energy to go back home and motivate people to think about what is possible when we come together and really prioritize populist policies that prioritize working class people.
if you had to describe your campaign, like when I think about his campaign, it was like, he wants cheap, free buses, freeze the rent. Everybody knows what his campaign. How would you describe like what was yours, and what's the kind of through line between the two of them?
The through line was really prioritizing people and working class people and putting people before profits. And like I said, Buffalo is a very much different city than New York, but the bottom line is that working class people deserve to have their voices heard. And at the end of the day, we work for the voters and not for millionaires and billionaires who have traditionally controlled our electors.
Right. Well, India Walton, thank you so much for coming by. Stop by again if you're going to be here we'll be here for a while.
Thank you, India.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, I got some updates for you out of Maine.
Oh boy.
Let me
what do
pull
we got?
these up on the screen. Hold on. Give my boomer self a moment to share my screen. Here we go. There we go. All right, Matt, can you pull this up for me? So looks like Graham's organizing prevailed pretty overwhelmingly here. They voted against the new voting restrictions backed by Leonard Leo. It's been called by basically every outlet at this point. So, significant show of strength there for him. And then they also voted yes on the red flag gun laws that, his campaign didn't organize behind, but is kind of like generally the progressive or even moderate position, I would say. So, a pretty important win for him there, especially because, like you were saying, I think a lot of people, when they just see like voting ID, they're like, yeah, sure. Like it polls pretty well. So, pretty huge margin here that they were able to secure this. This is still with 54% of the votes in. So we'll see, what the margin ends up being, but it's going to be a pretty significant margin of victory here for the no side of this ballot initiative.
Right. I see we have Congresswoman Jayapal here. I'm going to dip out and say goodbye, everyone. They're breaking down the Winsome Earl Sears quote-unquote victory party. Behind me wasn't such a victory party.
I am not hearing you. I don't know. I can see your lips moving, but I'm not hearing.
Oh, you don't hear us yet?
We'll work on the Congresswoman's audio. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Congresswoman, you're not hearing us? Let's see. All right. Well, while the producers try to figure this out.
I was hearing you and then I suddenly stopped hearing you. So I'm not sure.
I'm actually not hearing Ryan and the crew from New York at this point either.
Well,
now I hear Ryan.
We muted because of the sound, but maybe text the chat and tell her maybe it's her input, like her audio input switched.
Is this is she in the NYC stream chat?
She should be. She should be able to see that.
Okay.
On the StreamYard chat.
Audio.
The reason we're having her on, so the audience understands, is there's a mayoral election in Seattle. Maybe she'll rejoin. So former chair of the Progressive Caucus to talk about what it means, but also there's a mayoral race in Seattle where the insurgent kind of leftist candidate might be able to unseat one of the longest serving public officials in Seattle history, I think. So we'll see if she can come back in and get her audio straightened out. But while she's doing that, yes, I think not to shunt Plattner, that's an impressive performance for the No campaign. If they finish it over 60% in a race that was polling neck and neck going into it, that's another feather in his cap, another data point in his favor. So while we wait for Pramila, maybe you have some more data.
Sure.
Coming out. And disclosure, you did some work for the campaign.
No.
You didn't?
That's how I could keep. No, I mean,
Okay.
this is good. I should say this publicly. Right. I've known Zohran Mamdani for years, to the extent that he calls me and says, "What do you think?" Of course, I'll answer him.
Got it.
Right, and also, I organize in New York. Many of my peers work for him, but no, I don't work for him.
Got it. Okay.
But I was rooting for him to win, which I'm sure you guys aren't stunned to hear that.
Oh yes, shocked.
I was just going to say that he will be the first candidate for New York City mayor to get over 1 million votes since John Lindsay.
Right, because Eric Adams got about 750.
Yeah, I mean, Eric. Yeah, he got around 750, but no candidate since 1969 has gotten over 1 million. So I think if he gets 1 million and finishes over 50 with everything that was kind of thrown at him, I think he's going to come out of tonight in a pretty good position to carry forward some of that momentum to City Hall. But,
Michael, what can you tell us about some of the divides? We were talking earlier about generational divides, racial divides, religious divides. Like what were some of the big demographic divides ultimately in terms of how people voted in this race?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, well, first and foremost, age, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to throw my liberal boomers under the bus, but we're going to see the age splits, and that'll be where Cuomo, kind of made hay, right? And I also think that all the Republican voters that he picked up, the Republican coalition in New York is like super old, so that was a big bump to him. Views with respect to Israel, were a huge part of that. I mean, again, some of, I would say that Cuomo did pretty well in a lot of the, the more Jewish districts in the city.
Right.
More middle class.
And let's check if she's able
it.
to hear us. Are you hearing us this time?
I got you this
Yay.
time. All right.
Fantastic.
You gotta bug me, go for it.
Oh yeah, you come back later. Sure.
Okay, sounds good.
Congressman Jayapal, great to have you.
It's great to be with you. It's a good night.
Yes, it is. So there's a bunch of stuff we wanted to get from you. But first of all, just your reaction to Zohran Mamdani being the next mayor of New York City, overcoming, this sort of cabal of billionaires and Donald Trump backing Andrew Cuomo to secure a victory and looking like he's probably going to hit that 50% mark too.
It certainly does. And it is a great night to watch that race, to watch that campaign, and to see the win. He texted me earlier today and I said, you've really transformed politics and the coalition that we knew could be built and on the agenda that is really going to deliver for working people. The turnout is spectacular. And I think that the whole way in which he ran the campaign, the way in which he stood up for his values, the way in which he didn't leave anybody behind, he brought everybody in, the way in which even after the primary, he was continuing to bring in new people, despite the absolutely horrific, Islamophobic, it's hard to even watch that happening. And it wasn't just from Republicans, it was also from Democrats. And I think that hopefully his win tonight resets the table and brings up all of the ways in which we as a Democratic Party have to continue to work and make affordability center, but also make justice for everybody center.
Yeah, I mean, what do you make of Senator Schumer in particular refusing to back him, refusing to say whether he'd vote for him when his opponent is endorsed by Donald Trump and had to resign in disgrace, by the way. And also, by the way, also lost the Democratic primary by 12 or 13 points. So, what is your message to him? What do you make of that decision from him?
I just think it's absolutely unacceptable. And I think that, everyone should have come on board quickly, enthusiastically. We've been saying we want a candidate who can, we want to, as a Democratic Party, be able to bring back working class voters, be able to focus on affordability, be able to bring in new people that haven't voted. Zohran Mamdani did all of those things. And I think that, we will see the reckoning will be later for Senator Schumer and others. I think Kathy Hochul did it the right way. I think, it was really important and she appeared with him several times, I saw, despite some pushback to her being there. But I think it is important. We are always told as progressives that we've got to unite around the Democratic nominee. That's what should have happened in this case as well.
And can you talk to us a little bit about the Seattle mayoral race? We understand there's an insurgent candidate out there. We have an East Coast bias here that we acknowledge, that we work against. Help us out. There's a big race going on where you're from.
Yes. There's multiple big races. I mean, I think it's really important that we don't take just Zohran Mamdani's win, which is unbelievable, exceptional, has energized all of us, but that we actually look at what's happening in places across the country. And, we had some backsliding in Seattle over the last couple of elections where we got a Republican city attorney in, unfortunately. We split progressive votes and a Republican made it into the city attorney's race, and it has not been a good thing. We got a very conservative Democrat in who served as council president and really pushed a lot of progressives, frankly, out. The council in Seattle became much more conservative. And so now what we have tonight is a number of very important races. The mayor's race is going to be very important. Katie Wilson, Transit Riders Union founder, has worked on a lot of really important progressive policies and got in late into the race. Didn't get in until the spring and really built something, I think, inspired by Zohran, but also inspired by the work that she has done as an organizer. And so I think that I do think this will be a closer race. But I think she has a really good shot of winning. And I think on top of that, we've got the city attorney's race where we have a fantastic candidate that I've endorsed. Erica Evans is running and I think is going to win and is going to win big, I hope. We also have the president that I mentioned, the council president, former council president that I mentioned, who's running for re-election. I think she's going to get pushed out with a big win from Dion Foster, another really strong progressive who's been organizing, got a lot of our tax the rich, tax fairness reforms on the ballot, was working as an organizer for years. And we are re-electing to a full term a seat that we just won a year ago as a fill-in election, but now to a full term, a wonderful progressive candidate named Alexis Mercedes Rink, who has already done in one short year kind of a remarkable job on really turning the city council back towards a progressive lane. So all of those races really good. And then on our King County race, this may be another close race, but I've endorsed Gurmai Zahilai, who is worked on hunger as an organizer a long time ago, is a lawyer himself, is on the King County Council, but running for the first time in 16 years for the King County executive seat. And Gurmai is a refugee who came here when he was 3 years old. He has been a staunch advocate for immigrants and refugees. And all of these people together are going to allow us to stand up to Trump and stand up for progressive policies, as Seattle has done for so much of our history.
It's been a very good night for Democrats across the board, sort of regardless of ideological leanings. You have more centrist candidates like Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill doing very well in Virginia and New Jersey, securing those races. You had 2 statewide races in Georgia go overwhelmingly, Pennsylvania, Supreme Court justices, just kind of across the board, really, Democratic sweep. And, I think a lot of this has to do with backlash against Trump, but I'm just wondering what your sense of the reaction from the electorate is, and why this was such a big night and so many big wins for Democrats, in states and different ideological leanings kind of across the board.
Well, I think it just shows we don't have to have just one kind of Democratic candidate, right? We can have a number of different kinds to build coalitions for different races in different states, and that we need everybody, and that there are lessons to learn from New York City about how to energize a very diverse coalition, bring young people back in with an excitement that we haven't seen, but also from Virginia and from New Jersey, where both Mikey and Abigail, who I served with in Congress, and actually, if you both remember the Build Back Better struggles pretty well, they were both very, very essential in pushing for universal childcare here in the House during that whole debate. They were part of the moderate group that we reached out to as progressives and said, hey, let's be in this together. And they stuck with us. In fact, Mikey was on Education and Labor with me and really pushed back against attempts even within our own party to go for less than universal childcare. And so I think that both of them did, in different ways and to different extents, focus on affordability and on really popular populist policies that raise wages and that elevate working class struggles. And so yes, it's not, they're definitely running on a much more, in their words, pragmatic vision, but I would say that their policies, actually, many of them reflect the focus on affordability that Zohran, I think, really elevated and made so clear had to be central to any win anywhere in the country.
Yeah, that is true. There was this unusual for the Democratic Party shift, where in 2022 it was the centrists and the kind of what would traditionally be called more of the corporate wing of the Democratic Party were pushing the party, saying, "Oh, we need some wins here on affordability," and particularly when it comes to the child tax credit and other things. That was unusual. Whereas in the previous cycles, it would be that wing of the party would be pushing for deficit. We got to cut the deficit, we got to cut taxes, and that typical rhetoric there. But back on the Mamdani campaign, I'm curious, did you ever talk to leader Hakeem Jeffries, who he endorsed Mamdani a day or two ago, but kept getting asked and kept holding out and kept resisting?
Very reluctant. Yeah.
Did he talk to any of the progressives in the House about what's going on here, or what? Like, He was just.
I didn't
How
speak to
embarrassing
him.
is this?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't speak to him about it. I know he represents Brooklyn, right? And it's one of the areas that Mamdani did so incredibly. I think I got that right. But, one of the areas that Mamdani did so incredibly well in. And I don't know what was going through his mind. I know other people in New York were talking to him. I was not one of those people, but I think that, this shouldn't be a question. And I think it just goes back to, the fact that there are big donors who didn't necessarily want Mamdani, complicated politics with some of the New York Democrats. Unfortunately, I think that was really also outrageous to have Democrats saying we don't want that kind of person in our party. And I'm
calling him a jihadist. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that all of that is, we don't forget it, but we allow the victory of tonight to make our point very clearly that that Zohran Mamdani is a remarkable candidate that we all should be celebrating and that is helping the Democratic Party to rebuild itself.
I mean, it's quite a contrast between, what you just said, which is, listen, we got to have all kinds of candidates. We all got to work together. And I had a great relationship with Abigail Spanberger versus, when you see a Hakeem Jeffries, a Kirsten Gillibrand, a Chuck Schumer, a Dan Goldman, who are saying, actually, no, we don't want the Zohran Mamdanis of the world. We don't want to, we're not going to endorse them, even though the voters back them. We're not going to even say that we're willing to vote for them. We don't want that part of the party at all. So how do you, in a sense, unify with a group of people who are saying effectively, like, we don't want you?
Well, I'm glad that Hakeem endorsed, that Leader Jeffries endorsed Zohran. I think that, there were complicated dynamics there, but I want to be clear, like, I'm happy to say I don't want to be in the same party as Kyrsten Sinema or Joe Manchin, right? I do still think that there is a need at some point in our country's future for multi-party democracy. Why not? Because I think that at the end of the day, what we have right now is essentially a two-party system, and Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Zohran Mamdani, me, Greg Casar, Maxwell Frost, we are all pushing very hard to really build up this part of the Democratic Party and stiffen the spines of others. And I think that the way we've held together, I will give Hakeem Jeffries a lot of credit for holding the House together on the shutdown vote, as an example, last time and this time, and really pushing. We want to encourage that, and we want to make sure that we continue to show that our policies and our way of working is the right way to work, not one that tries to say the Democratic Party is only good if it represents moderate, conservative, establishment Democrats or independents. No, we actually need 90 million Democrats that didn't vote in the last election or 90 million people that didn't vote in the last presidential election to come out and vote. And they're not going to be inspired by just the regular old same old. They'll be inspired by some of the candidates we're seeing right now.
And the way I see it, and I'm curious for your take on this, is that a night like this, with Zohran Mamdani winning so thoroughly, he's doing a huge favor to the Democratic establishment. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. There is an enormous amount of rage among the Democratic base and among independents at everything, but also at the Democratic Party itself. And what Mamdani is doing here, and what Graham Plattner doing, Maine, and others are doing, they're finding a way to channel that energy and answering the problem that people have with Democrats, which is that they don't stand for anything, with here's what we stand for. Here's how you can channel this anger and this rage into something hopeful and organized in another direction. So if the reason I say they're doing them a favor is if they don't do that, what's plan B or C from the Democratic Party establishment? An honest question, what are they going to do with all this anger?
I really don't know. I mean, I just think that there is no answer other than to make sure that we are actually bringing people in, listening to them, and standing up and fighting for them. And by the way, that doesn't mean just holding performative votes where you say, oh, it was a 60 vote threshold, but we voted for it, but we can't get it done. No, it means standing up and fighting for the things that we say we want to deliver and bringing everything we have to that fight. Because you're right, Ryan, those people will go the direction of the 90 million that didn't vote. And one of the most hopeful things tonight for me, whether it's in Virginia, whether it's in Maine, whether it's in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, or in New York, or hopefully now in California with Prop 50 and with right here in Washington State, is that people are engaging again. They are actually believing that their vote matters and that democracy matters. And the only way we fight authoritarians and dictators and fascists and all the things that we are fighting right now is if people are engaged, and if they will only engage if they think their vote matters and if they think that we want to listen to them and that we want to fight for them and that we're going to do something different than what we've done before. And so I feel I'm kind of a hopeful, optimistic person in general, but tonight has really renewed a lot of my faith that if we just listen and if we actually fight for people and if we actually give a proactive, positive proposition vision, not just an opposition vision of what we're going to stand up for, we can bring people back in. And, and that has to be a respect for all voters, not just the suburban, independent or conservative Democrat or, so-called moderate Republican, but actually our base of people that wants to believe in us if we give them something to believe in.
Congressman, my last question for you, and I really appreciate your time this evening, is, if you have visibility on the shutdown. I saw some news that some senators may be, moving in the direction of caving. Do you have a message for them? Do you have a sense of some sort of deal or negotiations that may be coming together?
Well, look, I just think that it is really important that we continue to hold the line. We have a president who today tweeted out that he was not going to listen to a court order ordering him to release SNAP funds. Now, his press secretary walked it back, but he hasn't. And we still have right now Americans who are looking at their healthcare premiums and making a choice about whether they're going to just get off of healthcare, which many of them will decide to do, so that they can pay for their medication or for their food. We have people right now who are going hungry because cruelty is the point from this Republican Party. And so the only way you fight a bully is not to cave, but to actually hold out. And most of the federal employees that I've talked to, I know this is a very tough time for people who are hungry, people who are, losing paychecks, who are working without a paycheck, furloughed, all of those things. I am still hearing from people, help us get food into the food banks, all of that, but don't cave. Because if you cave, the minute we go back to work, he could just slash another several 100,000 jobs the way he did before the shutdown ever started, 250,000 jobs that were slashed. And so I really do think that what we need to do is make Republicans come to the table to help us save healthcare, or to, agree to our demand to save healthcare, to restore SNAP. And yes, then we can reopen the government.
Last one for me. You mentioned Maine. What is I'm sure you've been watching from afar this the fight going on in Maine between Janet Mills and Graham Plattner. How are you thinking about that race, and what have you heard just from your colleagues who are kind of following the news there?
I haven't been that engaged on the Maine race. I would like to get to know Graham Plattner. I just haven't engaged on that. I will tell you that there are a bunch of candidates across the country that the CPC PAC, which I co-chair with Maxwell Frost and Greg Kassar, that we are looking at, that we're super excited about. And I think that this is an opportunity. In some cases, we will have to figure out how we defeat the APAC candidate, right? How we don't split progressive votes so that we end up with somebody who is not progressive on any realm, or progressive except for Palestine or whatever it is. And so I think that these are going to be some tough things that we're going to have to go through. But I also think that we've got some exceptional candidates that are stepping up that really have the opportunity to win. And we're excited that I think we'll have Christian Menifee is going to win his race in Texas. He's going to go to the runoff, I should say, which is great. And we have a couple of other races that we're watching closely. And I also think that the Prop 50 race is the Prop 50 initiative is just really, really important, because it shows what can happen when you refuse to accept what they're telling you is your new reality, right?
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
No. Yeah. And now you look, and I think Missouri just dropped their redistricting plan, right? So, and we saw
Kansas. I think Kansas, at least what I saw was Kansas, but yeah.
Kansas, you're right. It was Kansas. My apologies. It was Sharice Davids. That's right. So I think that's really, really important. And so that's just another thing for us to remember, is whatever seems like it's the reality today does not have to be the reality tomorrow.
Yeah, very true. Well, Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, our pleasure. You too.
Take care.
Our Minnesota should. Yeah, you want to see some Minnesota returns? What do we have?
Yeah, let me pull that up.
So, just a tech thing. We need to do a quick 5-minute reset on our internet, just for a second. We need to bring the router over here. Do you want to do some more stuff and then pause, or what are we thinking?
Want to take 5 now, or do you want to?
So we're gonna take the stream down, or you guys are just gonna go away for 5 minutes?
We will leave for 5 minutes. The stream will be up. Either we can all take a break, go to like a waiting screen, or you and Matt can vamp.
Mac and I can vamp. It's fine. We don't want to lose our whole. We don't want to lose our whole audience. You guys reset. Mac and I will talk. I'll pull up some results.
We got people coming. We'll be back at 5.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Mac, you want to join this situation with me? Here, I was just going to pull up the Minnesota election results, which is another one of the races that we've been following here. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
How's it going?
Hey, good.
I don't think my camera's glitching with StreamYard right now, so you get a blank profile picture for the moment.
Your resonant voice.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up these Minnesota results and you can share my screen for me. I don't have host rights, so that's why I have to rely on Mac.
I'm in control here.
Yes. So this is another really interesting mayoral race. And I wish Ryan was here because his memory for the details of this will be better than mine. But Jacob Fry is the incumbent mayor. He is being challenged in the primary by 2 different people. But the one that's most notable is this lefty Omar Fatah, who we may get on the stream at some point tonight, but not looking great. But we were supposed to get him on. But anyway, whatever. That's neither here nor there. So Omar actually won the endorsement of the DFL in Minnesota, and then there was some sort of chicanery and they took it away, and all sorts of things were going on in this race, and a big backlash to him in particular. So, right now it's looking very much like Jacob Fry is going to be able to hold onto this seat with 95% of votes in. He's got about a 10-point margin. So looks like the lefty is going to be defeated and the incumbent is going to be able to prevail.
This is the other guy that they were using Zohran similar Islamophobic smears against, right?
Correct. Yes,
yeah.
That's right. And I think he's Somalian, like that's his ethnic origin. Right. And there were all kinds of just like insanely racist attacks against him. But yeah, he's also like critical of Israel and pro-Palestine. So there were a lot of ugly attacks in that race, I recall.
Gotcha. Yeah. So this hasn't been called yet. It's just not looking so hot.
Hasn't been called. Doesn't look so hot. 10 points down, 95% of votes in. Doesn't look like that one is going the lefties' way. Let me see if we've got results in from California yet. Mac, how are you feeling about Zohran's victory here?
I'm jazzed up. I mean, we were pretty confident going into it, but it does feel like a genuine shot across the bow. I mean, I've seen some coping. I saw Rahm Emanuel was on, I think, MSNBC trying to cope and downplay it like it doesn't matter, and this isn't really, anything that's going to impact the Democratic Party's future. We saw so many. I mean, we covered on the show earlier, Spanberger saying Zohran's not the future. He's not a real Democrat. But I think this is a genuine, shot across the bow for the left, that in the center of global capitalism, where you have all of these massive powers that were working against Zohran, you had Republicans, you had billionaires, you had, the pro-Israel crowd, even the Democratic establishment figures of Jeffries and Schumer refusing to get behind him. And he clocks Cuomo 2 times back to back. I mean, that's incredible. And especially on the Israel angle, was amazing to watch how Cuomo decided to make this such a central feature of his campaign, thinking that would be enough. And it's just not. And I don't even think it's necessarily because that was the big issue of the campaign. I think it was really affordability that won it for Zohran. But I think this is a huge blow to the Israel lobby. It's a huge blow to Democratic politicians who choose to defend the genocide in Gaza. And I think it's incredible. It feels like a sea change kind of moment.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. I mean, goes without saying, most Jewish city in America. I think even just a few years ago, it would have been probably impossible. Like, I think you're an anti-Semite, you're a jihadist, smears would have worked, as recently as like 2 years ago. And now people just see through it. And Cuomo's attempts to put that at the center of the race ultimately really backfired. So, if you can do that in New York City, you can do that anywhere, and it's going to inure to your benefit ultimately. So I think there's going to be there's obviously a huge generational divide, but there's going to be a huge divide in Democratic Party elected officials between sort of like the ones who have been there and the new ones who are coming in, because the new ones make no bones about it. They say they have no reluctance to say it's a genocide, no reluctance to call out AIPAC, no reluctance to say absolutely not. We're not sending any more aid to Israel, defensive, offensive, whatever, none of it, not happening. And, I think that conflict in the Democratic Party is really rapidly coming to a head because you have such a vast disconnect between where the base of the party is and where the Democratic electeds are. It's just not something that can be sustained over a long period of time. On an issue that's important to people, you do have to be somewhat reflective of their views, or they're just going to kick you out in a primary and pick someone else.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of that will carry on. I mean, obviously, depending on what happens in Gaza, if the ceasefire holds, I wonder how much of that will be able to carry on to the 2026 elections, to see if that energy stays the same and whether or not this remains to be a litmus test. But it looks like we got the boys back, New York City.
Yep.
You
guys
the boys
hear us?
All right, here we go.
The boys are back in town, and we have someone who is core to the propaganda for the Cuomo team
losing.
here.
The man who almost cost
Hassan
Zohran
Piker himself.
Oh.
Is right behind us here.
Oh God.
The man who almost cost us the entire election. He's currently.
I forgot to ask Pramila Jayapal if she would condemn Hamas and Hassan Piker.
So this is really interesting. Hassan right now, you can see him right here. He's asking Abby Phillips for a charger. Mainstream media is still good for something apparently. We got Hassan here.
Oh, he's got to
snap a quick pic. Now listen, it's tough.
Yes, for people who are new to this, which I doubt there are any, there was one of the most ridiculous debate moments ever, where Andrew Cuomo says he won't even
put this in your left ear.
He won't. The debate moment was he won't denounce Hamas or Hassan Piker. And that is a thing that actually happened.
But I will not denounce Zohran Mamdani, but Zohran Mamdani will denounce me.
Under the UN Charter, occupied peoples have a right to Hassan Piker.
That's true.
That's right.
It's true. People get so mad.
In fairness, Hey, how's it going? In fairness, he condemned your comments, not necessarily you as a human being.
No.
I would say.
Well, it's a tricky situation because like everything that they're saying about me, they get kind of say about him too. So it's like, because he's also a 34-year-old Muslim socialist. Like, let's be real. The reason why they were attacking him is because it was Islamophobia.
Yeah.
So it was a unique predicament, but I like to see the silver lining where I tanked it for Mahmoud, his dad. Like, instead of them focusing on his dad and his academic work, they had to focus on me instead.
Yeah, there was a rich vein they could have tapped with his dad. If they would have gone after his dad, there's all kinds of stuff there. Radical.
I mean, don't give them more oppo. Jesus
Well,
Christ,
it's over
Ryan.
now.
It's too
Ryan
late.
can't stop being a journalist.
That's right. So how long have you been here? Have you been out canvassing, or what's been your situation?
No, I just got in. I got in for CricketCon originally. I'm going to DC. I think Zohran's about to deliver a speech, I suspect. Oh, no. Cuomo's conceding. Bitch.
Yeah, Cuomo. Very sad.
But yeah, I came in for CricketCon in DC, but I was like, I gotta see this happen in real time, So I showed up.
Was this the first race that you were mentioned this much?
Yes.
What was it?
I hope it's the first. I hope it's the first and last.
No, this is the beginning.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I actually hated it, as a matter of fact, because look, I got a lot of haters. I don't like being contrary to what people might think. I don't like being the center of attention because I'm just a megaphone. The way I see myself, I try to offer a platform to people that I think are doing right, and that's what I did with Zohran. And it's obvious that I have some high-profile big donors that are not exactly fond of what I have to say. And I think it's a lot of it has to do with Israel, if we're being real. I think it's mostly to do with Israel, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
Hassan,
they can. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you see they're trying to denaturalize Zohran? They're trying to deport him. All the things they threaten you with. They're also trying to threaten to use the 14th Amendment to keep him from being sworn in. How serious do you take that kind of stuff?
I mean, you have to, unfortunately, take everything that this administration is saying as a joke seriously, because what they test out as jokes sometimes do become serious policy provisions. But I think that Zohran has the people's backing, so it's going to be quite difficult to do that in a very high-profile manner. It's just another battle that we have to fight. It is what it is, but unfortunately, that's what this administration is entertaining. It's very dangerous, but we will push back.
You've watched a lot of these candidates. When did you notice that he was going to do something different than the traditional kind of progressive populist candidate? And what did he do right that others missed?
I got a lot of friends in the DSA out here. I got a lot of journalist friends who hit me up and was like, this guy's the real deal. And he was at 1% at that point. I was like, I don't know who this guy is, but he's handsome. He seems nice. It's a long shot, but I'm always going to be on board. If someone is out there putting working class politics first and foremost at the center of their campaign, I'm always going to be there by their side. And I'm really glad I did, because, I mean, look what can happen, right? When you do center the working class in your policy, in your politics. It's good politics and it's good policy.
It is, and this is kind of an obvious point, but it's crazy walking around this city today, riding through the trains, taking in the massive size of this city, and then knowing this guy is going to be the mayor of this.
That's right, baby. We're doing white boy jihad. We're doing woke Sharia, the Islamic Caliphate. Well, I guess that's more like a Sunni thing. I'm just, as a Sunni Muslim, I assume he's going to do the Caliphate, but I don't know. He's a 12er, so who knows?
I don't think so, yeah.
Who knows? There is division, as Andrew Cuomo correctly pointed out. There is big division
That's right.
amongst the Muslim masses. He says Zohran is divisive because he is not a real Muslim, because he's Shia.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was.
Maybe he's been hanging out with what's his face? Ahmed Shara or whatever. No. He's been hanging out with fucking the Jolani.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jolani's like, yeah.
Well, we've got Cuomo's defeat speech right now happening.
Oh yeah.
He's got nothing we need to hear. Let's be real.
I'll watch it later.
Yeah, I hope he can suck my entire dick, Andrew Cuomo. That's what I have to say to Andrew Cuomo. Suck my dick from the back, bitch. You fucking failed because you're a dumbass loser who spent the last 3 weeks of your fucking stupid ass campaign being like, oh, this Twitch streamer, he's the mastermind behind 9/11. I was fucking 10 years old, bitch. Fucking stupid ass motherfucker.
He lost twice. He failed twice.
Yeah, failed twice. Oh my God. He won
How
governor
delicious.
and then failed
Incredible.
twice, running against a Muslim socialist candidate. You have to hang your head in shame. You can't ever run ever again. You can't even be the fucking dog catcher. You're done. You're done.
What do you think he does next?
I don't want to say.
I mean,
You think
I don't wanna
full
say what I
right wing
hope he does
turn?
next.
You think the full
The
right wing
Netanyahu
turn?
ICC, he's helping with the lawyers on that, right?
Yeah, I hope he has the same fucking performance that he showed here on the ICC court case.
Who's a defense attorney?
Dumbass loser. And fuck all the
Maybe,
billionaires and millionaires that fucking burned millions of dollars on this fucking campaign. Oh, suck my
true.
dick. Oh
So
my
beautiful.
God. It feels so good.
Maybe Cuomo can get
You guys
arrested.
hear
with
that? The
Netanyahu.
New York Post reported that 1 million New Yorkers are ready to leave the city. Did you see this article?
Yeah, I did. I hope.
They're ready to flee. We're going to see the airports tomorrow at JFK.
Olivia Reingold of the Free Press came up to me and was like, that's my article. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Was
Were
that
you proud?
Olivia here today?
Were you as proud? Yeah, she is here.
She,
I was
Olivia
like, were you
Reingold's
as proud
here.
of that one as you were when you denied the starvation in Gaza?
Yeah.
A million people are going to leave the city, but they couldn't be bothered to vote for Cuomo.
Yeah, I hope
Like
they
they're going to
leave.
pack up their bags. They're going to sell their place. They're going to leave the city.
I'll buy it all. I'm the wealthiest socialist in America. I'll buy it all. I'll buy all of
That's
them,
right. If you-
and I'll give it to the
Buy a
people.
lot.
Wait, Olivia Reingold is here. Isn't this like the least safe place for her?
No,
You know?
it's just she's so brave.
Right.
She's so brave. For
She's in
being
the
here.
lion's den.
In the lion's den of Sharia law.
Incredible.
Yeah, woke Sharia.
Wow.
Well, if she's watching, she's welcome to come join the stream. We can.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. Drop site news, baby. It's the best. You guys are the goats.
Appreciate you, baby.
All right.
Thanks, Hassan.
See you later.
I'll see you in DC. Are you gonna be at Griffin?
So there you have it. Thon Piker telling Andrew Cuomo to suck his whole dick from the back, I believe was the quote specifically.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll be at Griffin.
No, see you in LA.
The point he made about the billionaires,
don't look at that.
Ryan, is such an incredible one.
Yeah.
Because
we'll talk later,
I mean,
Mark.
Zohran made the joke like these guys spent more trying to beat me than I even want to charge them in taxes. Like, and
Right.
it was
Just pay your bill.
it was so brazen. Like Ackman just out there posting like, we will spend whatever it takes to defeat this man. Like, we don't care what the voters think. We have our own agenda. And that's the other thing. I mean, seeing Cuomo, humiliated multiple times, obviously delicious. But then to see the billionaire class get their comeuppance when they pick this fight so directly is also just chef's kiss, just cherry on top type of stuff.
Yeah, and if people missed Naomi Klein earlier, like I thought she really made the point well that like on the one hand you have Zohran Mamdani who very clearly loves the city and wants to make it a place where everybody can live, and on the other hand you have these guys who are super rich, they want to go to the moon, they want to go to Mars, and the second that there's any disturbance to their status quo, they're like, we're out of here. They're literally threatening to take their money and leave, and you can just imagine that like the contrast for regular people who live here and don't actually have visions of like going to Mars or going to the moon or like just extracting all the wealth they can out of the public and then building a fence around themselves. That's not how most people think. Most people think, well, I live here, let's try to make this place better. How about that? And so the contrast was just so stark. And then you layer on top of that Andrew Cuomo, who really didn't seem to like New York City or
Not at
the
all.
people in it.
Or have a single positive message. I don't
Right.
like.
His argument was, I'm not going to do anything, and I'm honest about that.
Yesterday, I saw his first post where he was smiling and appreciating New York City for like the first time. It was like yesterday. Like I hadn't seen a single it was all negative. It was all. I mean, there's no campaign from him other than this other guy is going to ruin the city.
Right.
I mean, that's the other thing to say too. Is, you know, I lived in New York City for 5 years roughly, loved my time there. And Zohran his campaign has made me so nostalgic for New York City because his whole campaign has been like a true celebration of like the best of New York, you know, and all of the like, you know, all of his ads in different languages and the celebration of the immigrant experience. It's also such a repudiation of the Republican narrative, both of big cities and also of immigrants and, you know, what their role in society is. And, you know, to me, for my politics, like you have to make that contrast. You have to make that contrast in order to persuade people that that you have an alternative vision rather than just trying to, hey, what's going on? Rather than just trying to, you know, meet the Republicans halfway on like, well, cities are like terrible, but they're not
Andrew
as
Epstein,
bad
who
as you're
people,
saying.
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Andrew Epstein, who people may remember from the last stream, what was the spokesperson during the primary, then you became what, creative director or something like that?
Well, it was a little easier to do everything when we were polling at 1% and I was begging press to come. So I was the communications director for the whole primary, which included all the social media and the rapid response and all the rest of it. And when we grew into the level of press incoming made doing all of those jobs in one impossible, I became the creative director and oversee the team of filmmakers and culture workers who tell the story.
And also, very importantly, and then you ask a question, Krystal, former intern for Jeremy Scahill.
Correct.
Let's go.
I was a Nation intern for Jeremy, but he was kind of a man of mystery when I was at the Nation there. You know, I was like, I gotta work. So I just managed to get myself in front of him, and he hired me to work on Dirty Wars documentary, and so I ended up spending a lot of time with him on that last one. Yeah.
So Andrew, what do you see as, you hear me okay, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay. What do you see as some of the like key kind of turning point moments in the race?
Breaking points, if you will.
The breaking points.
I mean, I do think, and you all covered this on your show, and that was a big coup for us to get you guys to like play that and react to it. But when we went to Fordham Road in the Bronx and Hillside Avenue, when in that shell shock in the days after Trump's election, when, you know, as you know and covered well, was very different than the days after 2016 when people got into a resistance posture. In 2024, it was nihilism. It was throwing our hands up. Politics is irredeemable. We're screwed. And Zohran's key insight in that moment and his instinct was just to go and find out what people were talking about and just stand there on the corner. It was about exactly a year ago. We made a sign that said, "Let's talk election." I stood there with a sign, Melted Solids, our incredible film team, Deb and Anthony, Zohran on a mic. Who did you vote for? Why did you not vote? Cost of living, genocide in Gaza, disillusionment with politics. I don't know if you saw the video we did the other day.
I did see that.
I did. I loved that.
But that was the breaking point. Anybody was actually just running right at this political problem and moment we were in when working class people and immigrants had just turned off to the Democratic Party and politics largely. He stepped right into that, listened, and then offered an agenda, an actual set of things I am going to do for you. And I don't know why that is so revolutionary in politics sometimes, but it is. And what's so exciting about this victory tonight, and what I hope, you know, is a mandate, is that it's not just people are voting for Zohran, this guy they like. They know exactly what to expect him to deliver. And they're going to hold him to that. We're going to mobilize people for it. It is not just a person, it is a plan. Here's how I'm going to change your life. Make me do it. You know?
And I don't know if people haven't seen that video, they should go find it. I played it for my wife actually last night. I was like, you got to watch this. It's one of the most inspiring 3 minutes, whether you like his politics or not, because you can see the transformation in the people on the street from completely giving up on politics meaning anything to the point of even voting for Donald Trump because F it. to then being inspired and hopeful for this guy. So how are you planning to make it so that that's not a high water mark that we look back on 2 years from now and be like, oh wow, that was cool, but man, what a disaster. Like what is the plan for the next like month, 2 months, 3 months to like translate this mandate into actual action?
Stay tuned on some level. What I will tell you is we are not going to demobilize. Earlier today, we crossed 3 million doors knocked since we launched this campaign across the 5 boroughs. 3 million doors. Those people are not going away. They've developed their own skills and capacities as leaders and organizers. People who have done something which is not easy, to knock on the door of a stranger, a New Yorker no less, and try to talk to them about politics. Those are skills that they have. There's connections they've made. It's a movement they're a part of. And quite the contrary from telling people it's over, celebrate, go to bed. We're saying stay involved, push, mobilize. Because while our agenda is achievable, it is not easy. And the same entrenched economic interests, the same billionaires who spent so much money trying to divide New Yorkers, to scare New Yorkers, to say the most vile and awful things about this candidate, they're still around. Their money didn't work in this, but they are not going to simply give up now that we've won. If anything, it's the opposite. And so we need and expect people to hold Zohran accountable to his agenda and help him pass it. Because that's going to be the real test of this movement. It's not, were you successful in the campaign you ran, but did you deliver on the things that you said you would?
Yeah. Andrew, one thing that I was saying that I found particularly inspiring about the campaign is the contrast that you all offered to the Republican vision around big cities, around New York City itself, around immigrants and their role in society. And I think creating that contrast is not only incredibly, inspiring, but it's also essential if you want to persuade people that Democrats have a truly different vision and aren't just, going to do like half of what Republicans are saying and be like a little bit nicer about it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. It's sort of mystifying that people would run for the mayor of a city that they seem to loathe or fear. Fear is real for a bunch of different reasons, but New Yorkers love this city. They want to be able to afford to stay here. They want to be able to move around the city, raise their family, be safe. They're here for a reason. And Zohran didn't just run with an agenda to hopefully make that life possible here, but with a deep love for this city. Every place he went, everywhere he went. And I think also both having a universalist economic message that everybody could see themselves in, and inviting people in, and also always stating plainly and without apology, but also without judgment, where his convictions and principles were, standing up for immigrants, no matter their documentation status, standing up for LGBTQ, for trans New Yorkers, never casting people out, but saying everybody's invited in, especially if you see yourself in this economic vision for a city you can afford. I think that agenda, that love of the city combined in a way that brought us to tonight.
Andrew, there's going to be, I was going to say, there's going to be a lot of discourse around what Zohran means for the future of the Democratic Party and how to win as a Democrat. What is your view of what Zohran means outside of New York City?
Well, I will say, despite being the person who produced the social media videos, it is not actually replicable simply by having a little Bluetooth mic and walking around and looking into the camera. That is not, the style is not actually the lesson to be drawn here.
But you're going to see a lot of that coming out.
You are going to see.
You already are, yeah.
Was it like somebody had a word for it, like Mamdani slop or like Zohran?
Yeah, I like that Mamdani slop.
Somebody come up with that. It is. The style is serves the substance. I think what we did with it was have the same message everywhere we went, but we were willing to try every kind of way in every kind of context to bring it to people. But it would have been impossible if there wasn't something he was saying that actually connected to the experience people were having in their lives, and tried to also crucially politicize the cost of living. It's not market forces. It's not just something that's out of anybody's control. It's actually something that we can expect, or we should expect, politics and organizing to intervene on. Politics should be a contest over resources and building a dignified society. That ability to have that message, the style brought it to people, but it would have been impossible without it.
One thing that political parties have successfully done in New York City 150 years ago or so, the machine politicians with really delivering things for people. Yeah. So when it comes to the grocery stores, where you're going to build 5, one in every borough, at least one in every borough. Could it be more, or is
the initial scope of the pilot program is to build one in every borough.
One in every borough. Do you envision these also as centers of political activity and places where people can come volunteer and help around the community, or are these separate kind of operations?
I mean, I do see them as.
I mean, if you're going to politicize the cost of living,
well, in a sense, right? And if we deliver on this, if we are able to show, contrary to the caricature of government, that we actually can provide a reliable service that meets people's most basic needs, that is a political act in a sense. I also hope and expect that these will be embedded in the communities that surround them and reflect the people who shop there in a lot of ways. But it really is about, like all these other costs, saying we can't just leave this, especially with a federal government that is determined to steal food from the hungriest people in this city and this country in service of the most massive wealth transfer in U.S. history. We think this should, again, is a question of politics, and the cost of food, like everything else, should be on the agenda. They're showing a picture of Zohran and Bernie Sanders on the screen right now.
That's a crowd pleaser.
Nice.
Major crowd pleaser. I remember that was the day. That was about 5 or 6 days after the primary, where we went down to D.C. Surreal week. Yeah.
And in that moment right after the primary, that was, things could have gone either way at that point. Cuomo's waffling on whether or not he's going to run.
Real glutton for punishment, Andrew Cuomo.
He really is. I'm glad he is.
Yeah.
And within weeks, you had really solidified not Schumer, not Jeffries, not the figureheads, but a lot of the unions and a lot of the other institutional kind of backbone of the politics here. You kind of had them. How did you go from them being basically under the thumb of Cuomo to then within weeks of the primary, them kind of rallying behind you? Because that really gave Cuomo almost nowhere to run except towards Sliwa.
And to Donald Trump, right, and to Islamophobia and fear and all the rest of it.
Right.
I do think it is like you're saying, important to remember that it was organized labor that really led the rest of the party, or most of the rest of the party, as you point out, into this movement in the aftermath of a resounding victory in the primary. Which
you had the UAW in the primary, but that was about it.
We had UAW Region 9A. We had crucially DC 37. We had a second rank endorsement from them, but that's the largest municipal union, your largest union in the city workers. But no, we did not. The ones that are traditionally understood in New York politics as the heavy hitters were mostly with Cuomo. And just as I was walking over to do this interview, I saw the president of the Hotel Trades Council, who, that union, which has its members have organized and fought for and won solid middle class lives and wages and benefits in a sector of the economy that is often people are working poor in hotels, and the starkness of the difference between working at a union and non-union hotel in this city is really profound. And I was just reminiscing about, walking into that union hall with Zohran 48 hours after the primary, and how it felt like, I don't know, we were waiting for that moment a long time.
How did it feel? What was it like?
It felt like we were, we were, of course, we won with a not insubstantial working class coalition, but the organized working class in the city, partially because they are so organized and make these decisions. And we'll see when Zohran's coming out here soon, but it seems like we're getting ready. This is our campaign manager, Maya. I should probably head backstage.
Yeah, you probably should.
Shout out
Thank
to
you,
labor
Andrew.
union. And again, I said this after the primary night, but what you all do, what Breaking Points does, I will always remember the interview that we did. I don't know if you looked at it recently. I have banned Zohran from ever wearing the jacket he wore in that first interview.
We talked
Go
about
back and
that
look.
earlier.
You're never seeing that one again. This I don't.
The Symbionese Liberation Army look wasn't going to do it.
Said it, not me. What you all do.
We're about to have Zohran's speech.
Yes, that's an important one. Anyway, you're
switch
great.
Over to the.
Thank you, Andrew. Right back at you.
Andrew Epstein, top official with the Mamdani campaign.
He's my top
official.
official.
So how do you guys? We're gonna be able to hear Zohran when he speaks?
I don't think with these mics we'll probably have to.
So we're gonna put
stream.
Krystal. We're gonna put you and all of us backstage. You're gonna be able to hear it, but I'm gonna do it from my phone. Okay, so I'm gonna get closer.
Oh, okay. I see. Just
Or is there like a YouTube of it? I mean, is there another stream of it or no?
yeah, that could be a good idea. We could stream it.
Pull up a different stream of it. I mean, Mac, if you can hear us, if you can find a stream of it that's higher quality than my phone, we could put it up that way.
But if not, you can try it up there. Yeah.
The California Prop 50 officially passed. Right now, it's at 75% yes.
That was a big one.
That's huge. Wow.
That was a special election too.
Abigail and Mikey Sherrill are sitting at like insane margins, like 15-point lead, 13-point lead.
They were really hoping that they were going to win in New Jersey. That's interesting. Oh, what happened in Minneapolis? What are you seeing there?
Minneapolis, Jacob Fry won. It looks like, I don't think it's been called, but it's like 95% and he has like a 10-point lead. So that one, Omar Fatah, they successfully defeated him. The Virginia House of Delegates, I've been trying to get a real read on, but Democrats have a lot of flips there too. So, I mean, it's just a landslide night for Democrats across the board. Really nothing at all that's any kind of a silver lining. Even the Jay Jones, who was the closest one in Virginia, I mean, even he won by 5 points, or is up by 5 points right now with 95% in. Not a close race. You know, that was the kind of margin that they were thinking like Spanberger would win by, and now she's winning by like 15 points. So,
and so this means that her whole method, her whole theory of the case is affirmed, right? She had kind of an anti-Mamdani screed yesterday, didn't she not? Spanberger.
Well, Democrats are just really angry.
Yeah,
and they're voting for anybody who's not a Republican, and it's a little bit cope, but Winsome Sears, or what's her name, Winsome Earl Sears, awful candidate. Like legit, like some of it's cope, but candidates do matter. Like she was awful.
For how big of a rock star Zohran is, he was also up against the biggest loser.
Although Cuomo, he's
a New York name.
They were talking about him as a presidential candidate in 2020.
Sure.
So this is like
well, because the COVID thing, he made people feel safe during that time.
Yeah, and he was fighting Trump.
Yeah.
And
and now
Mac,
look at him.
Should we listen to? Mac, do you want to listen to a little of
Mac, why don't we throw up the stream? We're about to hear for everyone in the audience, we're about to go to Zohran's speech. He's being introduced right now behind us by his campaign manager. So we're seconds away from that. Why don't we bring up that stream and we'll all mute for a second and then we'll react to the speech.
Curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zohran, our friend, a round of applause. And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the this is beautiful. And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well. You have made history. You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and believed in each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion. And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. We had hundreds of thousands of conversations with our neighbors and trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4 years. But this record-breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners. And we were so fortunate to be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018. And since then has been behind the scenes in so many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful, or taught you something, or showed you discipline, or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
Thank you. This is very exciting. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign. I first crossed paths with Zohran in 2017 on a city council campaign for Qadr al-Yatim in Bay Ridge. Zohran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America. I don't think that we could ever have imagined that 8 years later, we would be here on election night for a mayoral campaign 104,000 volunteers strong. 104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics, but I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing. For many, including myself, it takes a moment of bravery at the beginning, asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours. Sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And every time, every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger, they offered their vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love strangers. Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us. This campaign and this city is all of ours to shape. I also want to say something about field leads. All of our canvases, for those who don't know, all of our canvases have been led by volunteers we call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week and some led a shift every week since December. And every time they led a canvas, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to canvas for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary, this field operation at this scale would not have happened. Those 700 people prove that leadership isn't about having all of the answers, it's about the willingness to step into the unknown and inspire others to imagine something better. So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls. At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door. Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvases in 243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. What all 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zohran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life. I am so excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear. We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth, Zohran Mamdani.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight, we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, We can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
We're back, chat. Chat, 1 second. We're back. We've got some interviews. It's getting crazy for just a second. We're gonna have it. We got some big post-speech reactions. Okay, I'll get to you right now. Stand by, chat. I gotta get Ryan. Folks, we're trying to get Adam Friedland on the show. There you go. I guess so. Hey, you hold this one.
Ryan Griffin, I'm a huge fan of yours. My name's Martin. How you doing? Good.
All right, so Zohran just gave his speech.
Julian
We're here.
in.
We got Julian here. What's going on, Julian?
So Julian is a speechwriter for Zohran Mamdani. Helped craft this one, and we were just talking briefly. Right, I noticed some like rhythm, rhyme, meter that was a little bit like stylistically, not the substance, stylistically reminiscent of Obama in Iowa. And you were saying, yeah, they're actually you did because they're like I covered Obama. I'm an old man, and he made a lot of promises.
Yeah.
And the one that Republicans made fun of him for. This will be the moment that the seeds begin to recede.
Sure.
And this will be the moment. This is the time. I noticed what Mamdani said. We're going to look back on this, which we've done a lot earlier. And I was like, aha, yeah, like they starting in 2008.
That's right.
When you could have started doing it, but you didn't. But anyway, so tell us a little bit about the speech that he gave tonight and why he gave it. Like,
Well,
what he did.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I think first of all, this campaign is one built on a change that we haven't really seen the likes of in a generation now at this point. On this campaign are those who grew up in the era of Obama, right? So we learned to speak, how to communicate, but also how to express hope through a political prism.
And some overlearned it. You've got Democrats like Josh Shapiro, for instance, just sound exactly like Obama, but it's like you're not Obama, so it's weird.
Well, I think one of the takeaways from this campaign, the success of this campaign, is that if you have only the style, that's not enough. You need the style, and you need to pair it with the substance. And with right, he has rhetorical ability. He can hit these oratorial heights that very few can, and he's not doing it by trying to imitate the cadence, which is like I would say like a slightly lazier way of hitting these heights. But he's trying to speak in this inspirational language and simultaneously offer this message of change, this message of hope that is deeply rooted in material, tangible improvements. And I think those two together are why we've seen a city that has come alive and really believe in a movement.
Yeah, and I want to explore this idea because the hope and the passion that people had for Obama in 2008, and like the aspiration that people had, like this is the moment where we're gonna turn the tide. We're literally gonna turn the tide back. And it ended with such a disappointment. But without that hope,
yeah,
so he almost discredited the idea of hope. But Mamdani tonight, hope is alive. So how do you balance that without because there's so much cynicism. You hear hope, you hear Obama, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
But if you don't have hope, then you can't. Then there's no point in going door to door, knocking 3 million doors.
Absolutely. I mean, hope is truly the most powerful thing, and it has carried this campaign through moments of immense doubt and moments where everybody was saying it's not feasible. But I think there's another parallel too, which is that Obama came up really, not at the start, but by the end, at the heart of the financial crisis. And this campaign right now, we are in one of the darkest moments in American history. We're in what some would call a perpetual constitutional crisis. And Obama offered this hope that resonated because people were sick of this broken system just weighing them down and not offering the solutions to this incredible, just trash heap of failure. And I think Zohran is the same, right? We have so much just clear and obvious disappointment in front of us. We have elected leaders who are so clearly bought and paid for. We have legislation sitting there waiting to be signed that people will not sign. And it's almost like we're speaking different languages. And here comes Zohran, and he speaks in a way that people understand and resonates and has clarity and is straightforward. And I think, it's a similar appeal to Obama. Obama spoke, it wasn't flowery. It was just this really truthful, heartfelt, direct way. resonated.
And so, to you, what was he trying to get across with that speech?
In that speech? I mean, I think fundamentally it is this question of what is possible in America and who can make it possible. You know, he gave a speech last week at the House of Justice, Reverend Sharpton's center. Sure. It was about the Americans throughout history who have shepherded in freedom, right? So Reconstruction and the New Deal. And it's not just asking government to do more, it's people insisting and wielding their political power. And I think we've seen that here today, right? Nobody thought this was possible in December. Nobody thought this was possible in February, but it was truly the people who overcame, you know, a shortage of endorsements or unions going the other way. And ultimately, these are institutions that are designed to respect and to follow what the people want. And I think the speech was saying the people have brought us to this point. This new age, as Nehru says, that we're ushering in, didn't happen by accident. It happened because millions of New Yorkers, or at least over 1 million New Yorkers, manifested it.
And yeah, because the Obama thing remains interesting to me, because Obama was, you know, accused of being a socialist. Unfortunately, he was not.
Sure.
Accused of being born in Africa.
Sure.
Either way, he wasn't. Like, it's kind of neutral. Right. That's a neutral judgment, right, wherever you're born. Accused of being a Muslim.
Zohran is guilty of everything. And I think the other part is there's no apology, right? So often in our politics today, there is a reflexive apology. And I never want to compare ourselves to Trump because I think there are no analogs. But I do think that one thing Trump does well is he never apologizes. And so he's never on the defensive. And I think that there are many who have sought to attack Zohran for things he is not guilty of. And a lesser politician who is less, you know, secure in their beliefs would have settled or would have apologized, would have bent over. That's not who Zohran is. And I think that's the success of this campaign. It's a fearlessness. It's, I'm a socialist. I'm not going to say sorry for being a democratic socialist. It's what I believe. And here, let me explain to you what I believe, but not from a defensive crouch.
Right. And also just to break the fourth wall here, like, we're also like Mamdani, like, and independent media are collectively like kind of moving into another area, moving into another era where, like, in general, like the speechwriter for like Cuomo would not be going on CNN to talk about the substance behind it. What the speechwriter for Cuomo would do is like write speeches for, you know, corporations later, and then eventually write a book 10 years later, and then tell you like where they got the ideas for the speech that they have, rather than like just talk just in a transparent and open way. Just talk about, you know, what's trying to be said and why. Like, what is it about Mamdani that kind of like opens up his staff and others to like?
Well, I will say this is my first interview, so.
But still, it's like.
I mean, I think it really kind of goes back to what I was just saying. It's like a deep pride, you know. It's a real. This victory wasn't built atop half-truths and concessions and, you know, let's hope this doesn't get out. It was making himself incredibly available, being interrogated in private and public. What do you believe? Do you really believe it? Isn't that crazy? We've never seen somebody running for this high role actually believe that, and never flinching. And I think for those of us who have been lucky enough to work with him, to learn from him, to be a part of this campaign, that has, you know, bled over, right? We are so privileged to like not ever want to be ashamed of what we are doing. This is resonating with so many New Yorkers. It's resonating with my friends who have never cared about politics before. It's resonating with the city that feels awake. So all of us are.
And one thing he did tonight, and I don't know if this was your idea or not, but like he did a kind of call and response with the audience where he'd say, all right, we want the buses to be fast and
free.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something he has been doing since even before I joined this campaign. Right. And I think one of the first times I ever saw him speak, he did that. And it was kind of one of those moments where you take a step back and you realize, whoa, there is power to this. Right. And it's not a power that's necessarily being reported. You know, he was getting maybe one piece in the Times a month at that point. But it was a real grassroots, backyards of bars, people's homes, and everyone knew the words. Everybody was shouting it back. And I think the other component of it is it's a way of including people in the message. And they're saying the 3 lines themselves, right? He's not imposing it; he's welcoming people in.
Right.
It's democratic.
And he also seemed, at least from the stage, to be talking a little bit to the city.
Yeah.
To the and to in particular the city council or other state leaders who might be a little skeptical. To say no, we're very clear. This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
This is what we're running on. So as you guys are coming into election day, did you have a number in mind where you're like, all right, we hit this number, then the city council has to come along. We hit this number, Kathy Hochul Kathy Hochul is going to be feeling more pressure.
You have to remember that just as recently as February, he was polling at 1%.
Yes.
And so I think
generously at 1%.
Generously, right? As he likes to say, I was tied with somebody else. I always knew I would beat that guy.
Yeah.
So I think there was a hope, and I think we're all really delighted to have gotten over 50%. But no, I think to have come so far and to have this level of support from the grassroots all the way up to the highest levels of state government is incredible, and it's a testament not just to him, not just his campaign, but to people raising their voices so loudly that they really can't be ignored.
When did you start working on this speech? And what do you need to know when you decide what speech to give? Because I also covered, as people watching know, the primary night.
Sure.
And tell me about that. He kind of ripped up the speech. It's we're not going to spend the next week going over ranked choice voting numbers. We're actually just going to.
I'll say that this was a much less stressful process than the primary night speech, where the whole thing was rewritten. And we had a few drafts and we had a victory speech, but we had mostly worked on the too soon to call on primary night. And so we had to really quickly adapt it to a victory speech. Tonight, this was something that I started working on a week and a half ago in between a constant deluge of other speeches. And he's been engaging with it for a few days at least, since Saturday. And I think the other thing about speech writing, as you maybe alluded to earlier, is it's a bit of a dying art. It's not, it used to be in the Kennedy years, right? You had rhetoric was a major in college. Now that's, I think, largely relegated to Oxford. That's not such an American concept anymore. The long form speech has been cannibalized by 2-minute videos. But as we've seen tonight, right, it can still be incredibly powerful and impactful. And there's no better way to speak to a huge group of people. But for it to work, you have to have a principal who takes it seriously.
Right.
And he really does. He likes to read them. He makes huge edits. He infused it with his own personal stories. And I think that's what makes him successful.
Did he have time to practice it?
I don't know. He and I did not read it. I read it out loud several times. As far as I know, he didn't read it in front of me. But I think he does a lot of it on his own. It's a solid
because he's also he's just been 24/7.
His calendar is an absolutely brutal thing.
Hey, here we go. How you doing?
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
No, come on. You got to come on. All right, so we're
the
now
amazing Lena Khan.
Also joined by Lena Khan, who's trying to creep up. That's what we've been talking about.
Amazing writer.
Thank you.
Well done, truly.
What'd you think of it?
It was fantastic. Really hit all the right notes and was very touching.
I was just asking him if he practiced the speech. If Zohran practiced the speech, he said he wasn't sure. And I was like, also, do you know did he sleep the last 3 or 4 days? What's your understanding?
Not much. He was in the club. He was everywhere. He was up doing that walk, across the bridge. It's also a testament to how much we believe in him. That this whole campaign team was up too. There were probably 30 or 40 of us walking across the Brooklyn Bridge at 6 a.m. But no, he does not sleep. His constitution is, I don't know, unbelievable. It's unfathomable, but it's really amazing to watch.
Are you going to help at all?
I'm happy to help however I can. So.
I was thinking, let's say the Trump administration is you know what? We're actually not going to give any money. If the mayor could come back and be like, well, you need to talk to my lawyer, and the lawyer is Lena Khan, I would think that might give them a little bit of pause. What do you think?
I think they have a lot of great lawyers already. Of course, I want to help them succeed however I can.
Did you do any canvassing today?
I wasn't able to today. School was out.
Got classes to
election
teach.
day, but they were out on the streets. I saw him.
Oh, did you see Hassan? Did you say hello? Hassan.
Hi, Milos. Nice to meet you. I love your dad. He's the man.
Nina Khan, Hassan.
Oh, I already talked about
Oh,
it.
you did.
Extensive. You were the one who was looking for her. I was like, someone's looking for you. I think it's Sam. And she's like, no, it's probably Ryan.
Oh, that's all I got then.
Well, thank you.
She knew.
Sam, come on.
All right, you're on.
What happened?
Zohran Mamdani, I think he's going to win.
You're calling it?
I'm calling it. I've seen enough.
You've seen enough.
I've seen enough. Are we looking?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
It's exciting. The amount of people hours that went into this is incredible.
3 million doors knocked.
It's incredible. 100,000 volunteers. That is, it's just incredible. To be able to mobilize that type of excitement, huge.
Is he going to be able to keep it up? Like he's. What's that? He's saying that he's going to keep it up. That he's going to drive it at the city council members themselves or whatever.
Tonight was a very aggressive acceptance speech.
Right.
He was not humble. He was not humble relative to who he beat. He was humble relative to the people who helped him win.
Right.
And I think that's the strategy. And I think, listen, the big challenge is going to be him going up to Albany and leveraging his vote that he got today, leveraging the fact that Hochul has a challenger to her left, and basically saying,
who's running again?
Delgado,
Oh, yeah.
Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah.
And he's running to her left. And that's a big deal.
Come join the stream. Joined now by Simone Zimmerman.
What's up, guys?
So,
I'm here. I'm in it.
so Simone Zimmerman, if you haven't seen the film Israelism, then you don't know her life story. But we won't. I gotta watch it. So we saw what are the numbers on the Jewish vote? 35% or something.
35%, probably around 35, 55, somewhere around there. But
Sorry, I mean, I don't want to put out misinformation right now, but I hear we won the Upper West Side, so I'm pretty sure the numbers might be higher right now.
These exit polls are notoriously unreliable. Going into actual neighborhoods is the better way to do it. So I've heard a little bit of the same. What have you heard?
I mean, going into the election, we heard it was 39 or something like that. So, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is the Washington Post said 40% of U.S. Jews think there has been a genocide in Gaza. 60% say Israel's committed war crimes in Gaza. I'm expecting we're going to see somewhere between those numbers. The numbers of American Jews supporting Zohran are the people who see what is happening on the ground in Palestine and Israel, are against it, and also apply those values in New York City, want to build a city that's affordable, inclusive, diverse, and didn't buy into all the fear-mongering. So
what would it take for him to break 50% in 4 years?
Look, honestly, I think there's been a ton of misinformation. I have a friend who came to visit a couple weeks ago. She's across the country following the race with total enthusiasm. She goes to talk to family on the Upper East Side. She said she became an expert in Zohran's positions over the course of the weekend just because she had to fact check over and over again. There's so much misinformation. As Zohran said in his speech, millions of dollars have been spent on scaring people and lying to them. And so I really hope that as we have a chance to actually govern the city and build a welcoming, inclusive, safe, and affordable city, we're going to see those numbers go up. And I hope more and more people in my community will experience what I've experienced, which is a campaign that is centering joy, love for the city, love for the people in it. And I think it was a winning message for a lot more people than we think it might have been.
I honestly think there's a significant percentage of people who are under the impression that Sharia law is going to be imposed in New York City. And I think after 2 or 3 months, people are going to realize, no, actually, all he's doing is
same law,
trying to get us free childcare.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's going to melt away. I think there's a built-in, there's going to be a built-in within the context of the Jewish community. There's going to be a built-in resistance, and I think a lot of that, frankly, comes from fundamentalism. There are fundamentalist communities in this city who will vote as a very consistent bloc, and I don't know that a portion of them are ever going to turn.
Right.
But at the end of the day, New Yorkers are going to judge him based upon what he does as New Yorkers, and not as Jews or Muslims or Italians or Ethiopians or whatever their identity is. The fact that they live in New York and that they need certain things to make their lives better is going to overpower all of the misinformation they've been dealt over the course of months and millions of dollars. So,
yeah. And is Brad Lander going to run for sure? Is that happening? Do you know? We heard earlier today it would.
I mean, that's the rumor. It'd be an interesting race, and I'd like to see. He's got a lot of goodwill, I think, amongst New Yorkers, and I think it's an opportunity for solidarity to go two ways, and there's a lot of New York politicians who have gotten very comfortable by relying on the machine, and the machine just got broke.
Yeah.
And I think that opens up a lot of possibilities for progressives in the city and to some extent across the country.
Any final thoughts? I think we're going to wrap this stream up. What happened?
I want to say something about Brad Lander, which is that one of the kind of lies that has been propagated about this campaign is that, as you said, like that they're trying to enforce some kind of ideological conformity, ideological militancy. And Brad, I think, is actually a refutation of that. Brad is somebody who calls himself a Zionist and a supporter of Israel, and is also showing up and articulating a vision of safety and belonging and inclusivity in this city. And you know what? People are loving it and are coming out with him. He's been embraced by the campaign. He is showing that when you actually help build the coalition, the tent grows. And I hope we're going to see more and more people understand that and join in to help grow this project now that we've won and have to actually govern.
That sounds like you know he's running.
No, I don't know anything. I'm just here celebrating.
It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
I genuinely don't know.
Dan Goldman really thought it was like an inheritance to him. And he just,
people have to remember Dan Goldman won because there was three people who split the vote.
Yulin and Mondaire Jones.
Mondaire Jones and it escapes me now, but there were three who split the vote, and that's the only way he squeaked by.
Yeah.
So Lander is beloved in huge parts of Brooklyn, and he really did gain, I think, like a lot of respect from people. Him being the highest elected Jewish official in the city and campaigning with Mamdani, I think, gave a certain license to people to say, this is bullshit.
Right.
And so let's see. I hope so.
Sam Cedar of the Majority Report. I will be on the program. I will be on the program on Friday. Possibly.
Maybe dress this well.
You never know whether I'm actually going to show up or not, or what I'm going to be wearing, if anything at all. This was.
I did that.
Like that. All right. Anyway, thank you, everybody. What a night. Crazy. You believe it?
So exciting.
All right.
It's awesome.
See you later.